did the Southern band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Kepan, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Balaba.
Spoon.
Skibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
On the spoon to get
Yes, what you
your
want?
information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, a special one from the CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you batileo. Yes, what you batileo. Beseku. Ba. Skibidi dabado.
Okay, so thanks for joining us tonight. I'd like to say welcome, good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you across the world. It depends on where you are. I'd like to say welcome to another edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. We're back on your radio, live across the Spoon Network, Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across Liberia that are relaying this program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bome County. Thanks to Premium FM in Bon County. And of course, Trend Radio in Grand Crew County. Radio that's Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County relays this program as well. Thanks to all of you tonight for joining us, all of you at Radio Land and across the internet. As usual, we are streaming live across Facebook, Fabric TV, Super TV, and Spoon TV. On on YouTube, the handle is Spoon Talk Live. I want to say thanks to all of you tonight for joining us. It's a great thing to have you here. This is where Liberians get the news. This is where you get to receive authentic information every single day about the happenings across Liberia. And Spoon Talk, as you know, has absolutely no borders, regardless of where you are. You can always watch Spoon or listen to Spoon. It's all about going on your internet, on your Facebook or on YouTube, and just logging on to Spoon Talk Live on YouTube or on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, or Super TV. Others will say that, look, I don't want to watch Spoon, I just want to listen to the program. You can do that, and you can do so by catching us on several frequencies across the country: Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and other frequencies across Liberia. And I want to say thanks to the folks. There are some who catch us on our online radio as well, www.spoonfmradio.com. And I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us from there. We're here tonight again. Today is the 11th day of July, and gradually we moving deep into the middle of the month. As you know, this is the second quarter, the second half of the year. Let me put it that way. And so I'd like to say welcome with the time at 11 minutes past 8 p.m. in Monrovia. I'm Nelson Colette. Let me go across and bring in Mr. Dwalu. I see he's seated very well to inspire Liberians tonight. Mr. Dwalu, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on tonight.
That's it. Thank you, Nelson. You're looking sharp. I'm beginning to get all the fan share now. I can't find your no Taylor. Around. But anyway, you're welcome. A pleasure to talk about. A lot of stuff happening in the country. All we can do is just joy. You know, we will talk about it no matter what. We'll pay some people off because they don't want their issues to be spoken about, as though that they didn't want that a power found at Liberia, that a one power found. All our power found. We talk about it, you know, like it, get up and go, man. It's up to you. But once again, man, share the show across these platforms. Let's talk about Liberia. We may not get everything right, but your comments go a long way. We read the comments. We try to listen to you. Some of the comments are ridiculous. Some of them make a lot of sense. But either way, they all play their part. Some of them motivate you. Some of them get you angry. Some of them force you to readjust. They're necessary. Keep commenting. Let's talk Liberia, guys.
Yes, definitely. And of course, this is where you get a taste of everything. And the beauty of this show is that you have a diverse panel. Regardless of what the discussion is, some people will be for, some people will be against, and everyone come with their own perspective on the different discussions every night. and that's the beauty of it. Mr. Dwalu, like you said, a lot of things happening in the country. Today there was, the House of Representatives cited some key officials of government, as you know, the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Minister Grisby, Minister of State without portfolio, Minister of Mamaka Ability, and you have the Defense Minister, and of course the NPA boss. Well, it was an interesting one today. Interestingly, the president's letter was not only sent to the House of Representatives, but it was also sent to the Senate. So why I saw the people reading it, because the House of Representatives session usually start before the Senate, and then why I saw the people reading it, interestingly for me, on the floor of the Senate today, I saw the letter surface, and the president had finally spoken about this yellow machine or earth moving equipment issue, and that has formed part of the discussion in several quarters today. Almost everywhere I pass, Mr. Dwalo, people talking about the yellow machine. And I tell you, some people say, I get plenty of questions, but I know it's going to be part of the discussion tonight. So, plus a lot of other things happening in the country. But I want to give it back to you, Mr. Dwalu, before we go to the lines and take calls.
Yes, Nelson, you're right. I mean, there'll be divergent views on the issue of the machines, etc. I have my own view, but I want my youth folks to brace themselves tonight. I love to eat bitter cola, but I don't squint when I eat it. I actually enjoy it. So, by the way, let me recognize some people, Nelson, before we go back to you over here. Some of our brothers who come early. I see Rose Horace. How you doing, Mama? How's everything? What's going on with you? I see Augustine Tama. I see Ela Hook, Thomas O. Harris, John Topa, Mr. Topa. Welcome to the show. I see Charles J.S. Young, Mr. Young, Maria Bimba. How are you doing? Ela Hook. Over here, I see Peter Hall, Pearl Campbell. Hey, Brody. What's going on, Mama? It says Harry J.N. That went by very fast. I see Abraham L. Benson, Mr. Benson. I see P. Benu Campbell, Jay Johnson. Welcome to the show, wherever you are. Wilman Knuckles. Wilma, what's going on, brother? Tricia P. Jackson, Madam Jackson, what's going on? Over here, I see Shadrach. Mr. Shadrach, your name went by very fast. Wilfred T. Very fast. EO. My brother EO, what's going on, man? Fofana Celia. Wherever you're watching from, share the show. Let's talk Liberia. Let's continue to talk the issues pertaining to this country. People will get angry. People will get vexed. But if you really, really vex, do what some people do. They stay far away from public service. Let me tell you something. I was sitting down today, and I was going through Facebook, and I saw a quotation from my old boy, Friedrich Nietzsche. He was a German philosopher. He said, I will kind of transpose the quote into our Liberian English. He said, when somebody, I enjoy my quiet time, somebody just kind of chackle my attention, and they can't keep me in good company. And then I keep strolling, I saw one from Plato. He said, the cost to good men in a society that are not willing to partake in the politics of their country, they will be led by lesser men. I witnessed what happened in the legislature today, the House of Representatives, and I always speak about it here. Look, let me say this to you. I will say this in a respectful way today. I will say this to you guys. When you're in the House of Representatives, this is the people's house. Is it really possible, or is it not possible, for you guys to just sit down and have a proper decorum where a representative from Grand Bassa County, Joe Matthews, is speaking? Everybody is quiet. You are not in Bassa County, and by extension, the entirety of the country. Let me ask you, representatives, can you have some respect for the people? A little bit of respect? You guys are rude, uncultured, completely like you didn't come from homes. You behave like grown-up boys in the legislature. For once, can there be some decorum in the people's house? Can the Speaker of the House take control of this facility where he said, listen, gentlemen, let's have quiet time. Let's go ahead. Let Representative One speak. This is for history. When we go back to history, this is what was said by Representative number 7 from District number 4 in Nima County. This is what he said on this day. So there can be no noise. There can be no ambiguity. I listen to what you guys do in the people's house. You don't care. And when I tell people most of these guys don't belong there, they say, "Oh, Dwalo, you're just saying it because, oh, maybe you're jealous and because you're not there." This is crazy, my people. This is the people's house. Look at when people are having serious hearing in the legislature of other countries or anywhere else, any kind of serious country. There is complete respect for one another. The representatives have absolutely no respect for themselves. They have no respect for the colleagues. They have, by extension, they have no respect for the people. This is the people's house. Why should we always talk to you guys like this? Can you guys just pay attention for once? I can guarantee you, if I call Fuku right now and say, Fuku, what happened in the house today? He would not remember because there was no decorum. There was no structure to follow. There was nothing of order in the people's house. All of you, I can get an ABC cheering in. I can get people in the market, get a radical market, get a noise. Nothing was said, no order, no respect for the people's house. And you, the people, your representatives that you've elected to go to the legislature to represent you, they have no respect for you. The people of the republic. Let me tell you something. Article 1 of your constitution is very explicit. It didn't leave it out. It said all powers are invested in the people. Invested in the people. You have the powers. Nobody is given 6 years. Every single thing that is written in the Constitution can be made null and void by the people as they so please. Let me repeat. Everything that is written in our Constitution can be torn apart and they chuck in the trash bin. It don't matter if the people deem it necessary. Your House of Representatives are children. We are going nowhere because we got men children in the legislature. They are behaving like children while the entire country rots. While poo-poo flowing on Broad Street, while we don't have decent hospital, our children are graduating from the University of Liberia and get better read above 9th grade level, but the representatives are sitting there and fighting among themselves. No decorum of any kind. When you talk about it, is it Dwali want Ale? He no more. Dwali want be boasting. Let me tell you something. When Dwalu talk, and you feel small, Dwali is a much bigger man than you are. We are not in the same boat. That's why you feel small. You're not supposed to feel small when another man speaks. Look for the truth in what I say. If you disagree with that truth, let's talk about that truth. But if you have nothing else to say but to say, oh, Dwali want Allah, he no more, or Dwali want Allah, this is my country. And my country is literally the least on the continent or in the world, the least. And then we have children in the most valuable organization in the country, the legislature, the most important organization in our country. This body of 103 men and women, they're over there collecting paycheck. These yah boys that we put in the legislature, they are in there. They don't understand the degree of seriousness and urgency that should be brought to the people's business. They sit on there. They do it the other day. Just playing around with the people's business. While Sister Kebe is lying on the floor at Benson Clinic with absolutely no medication of any kind. The premier hospital, the hospital of my birth, JFK. I was born in JFK. Go see that dumb. A place we call a hospital. A freaking dumb. When the legislature sit there and they're arguing amongst themselves like children. When our mortality rate continues to climb. You see the hospital, you see the road connection. We see that we have the president of the republic thinking we are fools. Look, I'm going to wait for the day. Look, let me tell you something. You support somebody and you expect them to aspire to higher moral principles. When he goes beyond that, he diminishes your support. The people of Liberia must be given the ultimate, the best possible that their leadership can give them. When we ask for that, people will tell us, oh, because we're not in government. Let me tell you something. We will no longer be staying on the sidelines. This country must be set right because it will say Liberia. Every time I say them on people and they say, oh, Liberia is a backward location, it shames me because most of these men that are talking, I can rival them. But why am I not rivaling them in my country to make my country on par with theirs when we have the expertise down? Look at the country. Look at how we behave in the country. Now, see, I apologize for this, but this must be said. Look at how we behave in the country. Before I came last week, I was on LU campus. I sat down with maybe, it must have been like 35, 40 students on the Palaver Hall. On the Palaver Hall. I sat with them for about 2 hours. There's a bunch of girls there as well. And I'm interacting with these Liberians. They have no hope for the country. There is no aspiration because they believe the only way they can meet their full potential or the only way they can self-actualize is to find a way to exit the country. And I'm not blaming them for this. I totally understand why they want to leave the country. I get it. I get it entirely. But guess what? Your responsibility as government officials of our country is to give Liberian children hope in Liberia, and a realistic hope, by the way. That hope must be actionable in Liberia, in Bapulu County. That hope must be manifested wholly in Lufa County. But we have university graduates. The only thing they aspire to is to look at DV numbers. I'm not blaming them. I totally don't understand why they do that. The only way a Liberian can be of any significance of himself, he has to exit the country. Or perhaps he goes into government. He steals heavily from his people. And then he walk around like a big man, and we pay these guys more than we pay most. So the legislature of Luxembourg, arguably the highest standard of living on earth. Those in the Philippines, those in all over the globe, in the Scandinavian country, we pay more, but yet it's still they produce nothing. They produce nothing. They add no value to Liberia. They write nothing. They propose no solutions to our problem. All they do is collect a paycheck. And then they diminish the morality of this society. They say, you know what, wrong? If a man asks for excellence, the man acting like he know more excellence, build more roads. Excellence improves the infrastructure because we are picking at the higher echelon of what we should be picking at. Excellence forces you to get proper teachers in our schools. Excellence gave you the best nurses, so it diminishes the mortality rate in the country. Excellence forces driver to drive a little better. Excellence will we the freaking we're bottom feeders out of the legislature so we can get proper men and women in there so they can chart the course for this country. Look at the legislature today. Anybody who saw that garbage, that disgrace of a legislature today, you're talking to people's business, and you're laughing, you're playing around. But I can guarantee you right now, as we speak, there's a hammock between Lufa and Bapulu County. We'll be better in a, we say hammer. There's a hammer. They put that person in a hammer. They towing it on two stick to get that pregnant woman to the closest clinic. And you in the legislature, you're joking around. You're joking around. When they're towing our wives, our daughters in hammock, in hammer, from village to village to get to the nearest clinic, a clinic that is where they staff by poorly trained people that we are not funding, we are not training properly. You have a responsibility that's far greater than you yourself. I don't understand. Do you know the awesome responsibility that has been bequeathed unto you as the legislator of this country? My people, when you vote and you vote children into the legislature, this is what you get. This is what you get. This is what our country gets because men that are children, the capacity of a 9-year-old, and you expect them to sit across the table with a contract lawyer from Harvard, a contract lawyer from Oxford to negotiate on Liberia's behalf. They will eat our lunch all day because the people you are sending to the legislature, most of them are not prepared. And this is what we do. And if you want to see that being manifested, Google the tip today from Spoon Network and all the network that was in the legislature today. A bunch of children. And we are dying as a people. Nelson, it was a pleasure, man.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dwalu. Again, Liberians are inspired, and as usual, a food for thought for thousands of people already following us here tonight, online and across the radio lane. We want to take some calls now. I'm trying to put the numbers up, but folks, you can call us up on 0555 and have your say tonight. What is it you want to talk about? Is it about health, education, sanitation? Just an open discussion where you express yourselves on different issues of concerns. So let's take our first call, 0555 and the WhatsApp number is right on the screen there, scrolling, and you can make your contribution from there as well. So let's take our first call here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, let's good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
I don't be calling you. Thank God I got you today. After this show tomorrow, I'd like to see you. This is Daniel C. Memia Senior. I'm calling from Lower Johnsonville, Ward 4. I have a serious problem that I want school intervention.
Okay.
This is my number. I've
Okay.
been calling this number throughout today.
Yeah. So if you're watching the show, kindly call the number that's on the screen right now. Just call the
I
number
don't
that's
have
on the
a
screen.
screen. I don't have the screen with me.
Okay, so the number is 776-918-639. You can call that number after the show.
776
918
918
639. But
639.
yeah, but thank you.
639.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Let's
Thank you.
okay, so let's take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name. Okay, sorry. Let's see if we can get this person from here. Okay, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Mamie Conway. I live here in Philadelphia. I'm talking regarding to this drug, this push thing. I mean, that's my greatest concern, actually, with everything you've been discussing. I appreciate it so much. But with everybody, like the young ones, going through all this, taking this, that they don't even know why they're taking it. Come on. I mean, it's kind of my greatest concern, actually. Thank you for picking up my call.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. We take another person. Hello. You're live. Yes. Your name and where you call from. Yeah.
Okay. Jefferson.
Yeah, Jefferson, please go ahead.
A reporter of the Liberia News Agency.
Yeah, please go ahead, Jefferson. Let's hear you.
Okay, Nelson, thank you for picking my call. And one of my best panelists on this, that's Dwalu. Dwalu, I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. May God bless you as you create the consciousness to us Liberians that we will rise up. I will come in this legislature. The entire power of the government system of Liberia is from the legislature. And I'm calling on Liberians. We will create the consciousness of the Liberian. We are getting impatient. The way in which the capital building and lawmakers are taking Liberians is not going where there was. We will drive walls up and we will march to the capital building. We will cross towards architecture. We will not be taken to let one individual his riding car, 100,000 then he was assaulted. We will conclude. Yesterday, Tom was racing pointing for Dwalu. Not Dwalu, and what is this? The oil guy for GE. He was working for him.
No. The person on whose behalf that action was taken is not the fatty guy from LDEA. Is the fatty guy who is the panelist on Spoon Talk. And I want to say thank you.
Thank you quickly. And thank you so much. I appreciate the full show. God bless you guys.
Thank you for your contribution. Hello, friendly WhatsApp. You are live. Let's hear you.
Listen, good evening. My name is Dolly Lasana, and I'm calling you from Italy.
Yeah, go ahead, Dolly.
Yeah, my concern has to do with Stanton, right? I have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is my issue with Stanton. Stanton continue to beat on Mama Kabelete, continue to beat on Sylvester Crispy. I mean, the Liberian people, they went to the poll to elect a president. Right now, Jose Imabaka is the president of the Republic of Liberia. So, for you to beat on Mama Kabelete and Grace Pay, why not beat on the president? Everything that happens in the country, the president should be wholly responsible. So that's my concern.
Wow.
Please stop beating all those people and go direct to the president. That's my concern. Thank you very much, Nurse.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, brother, for your input. So those of you asking, the number is pinned right on the screen. So in case you want to call via WhatsApp, that's the number there on the screen. But if you want to place a local call, 0555-101075 is the number.
Hello.
We take this person. Hello, you are live. Your name and where you calling
Yeah,
from?
I'm coming when I call you.
Okay, please go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yes, you are live. What's on your mind? Let's hear you.
Yeah, what on my mind got to do with it noise maker. Because when I refer to them as lawmaker, they are noise maker.
Okay.
Especially for the ones that we elected from my district, see me or to even stay in the queue to vote for them. Because they don't have one feeling for him. One feeling because their children are not here. So they don't care. One man will take more than a million and buy a house with it. And then we are talking about machine. And even Bwakate, the whole war to bring that machine. We want machine that will open our road.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Hello, you are live. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, Alex calling from Ginger.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I just want to say something that I've been wanting to say all the time. I never had the opportunity. Please allow me, let me make it very big. Standard keeps saying the platform for the Liberian people. And what the Liberian people say that what he would do. I respect that. The issue of Cap Hassan, okay? I don't think it's fair. It would be fair to the Liberian people if he brought Cap Hassan on at least the Spoon Talk, the main show, because the Liberian people has said that they given the position. He did respected this show, and I think it should be that. Okay, that's to the point. Now, when it comes to what is going on, I think most of us come to listen to this show to get the news, to get education, and what have you. If we want that drama, we will go to watch Shallow Rock. But what we want is you have to stick to the point.
Okay.
When it comes to the situation with Liberia, we have to address it, knowing the type of audience we're dealing with. We're dealing with an audience that is not sophisticated. Sometimes information dissemination with audience in Liberia, we have to be careful how we do it because people will not comprehend it the way you comprehend it.
Thank you.
And secondly, lastly, we elect these people. That's why it happens when you elect people. When you elect people, you have surrounded certain liberty to them. So when those people are making decisions, they're making it on your behalf. I'm not saying we can't put it in check, but we gotta be careful how we disseminate our information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to the local line. Hello.
Hello, Najee, how you doing?
Yeah, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm calling from Jakarta.
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
Look, the yellow mission, Daniel, tell God, thank you for it because they passed God and brought equipment. We know what equipment, even the guy even said they owe some money, so he sees the rest of the equipment. I did 27 or 25, he sees it. And besides that, when they were the equipment, all of them there because they brought the equipment here to people that supposed to do business with them. So right now, there will not be there to go and have a contract with them. So right now, we spend almost, it was 22 million. When we use 4.7 million to do the rehabilitation of the road with the greater road for easting and westing, all areas. But right now, nothing. By the grace of God, if all the yellow machine comes to town, we're not going to be boring. We're not going to be looking for contract for outside again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you. Dwadu, what's up? Nelson, thank you very much. Dwadu, well, what's good, Dwadu? So they said all our female sisters took 2 weeks off. Glenny took 2 weeks off. Fatima 2 weeks. Dr. Richardson.
I just saw Fatima do. How Fati? We miss you, Mama.
No, they should stay home. I told her that.
Okay, I miss her.
No, yeah, but why should I miss Fatima? Yeah, Glenny stay home too. Glenny probably should stay home. She's working. I mean, listen, the argument today is a big show. We don't want anybody to come drag us like the Glenny. That thing is too irritating in my ear. It gave me a headache, you know. And I would beg you, please, this week, the entire week from Monday to Friday, no female. All the then next week we'll give it to
I said, let me talk you. I said, no talk you.
I'm serious.
Oh,
next week, I will get no. Nelson, come back. Next week, I will give it to them. I promise, my fellow Liberian, ladies and gentlemen, boss and guests of the jury, members of the diplomatic corps, Mr. Minister, Mr. Speaker, the distinguished guests, foreign partners, United Nations, ECOWAS. We are announcing that all of our sisters will be off this week. We gave them this week. This week is fire jobo. We want nobody can get in gender feelings. No, but what you say now? What you want me to say? Say, my man. Don't throw stone and hide your head. What you gotta say, my man? You gotta second me, please.
No, that thing I in a lot of fun with you. Let me
my man. Let it stay home to my man. Let it stay home back. My man is too made up. I got my man made up. Yeah, let it stay home.
I mean, you crew man, a good man. Yaba high, we high.
Yeah, but let Granny stay home back. Let Granny stay home. Let Fatima stay home. Let Dr. Richardson stay home. They got family to take care of. They got their family to take care of. And, you know, Granny ma won't eat. She made a woman to cook. Dr. Richardson got her grandson and her children, and she got to take care of them. Nobody know who Fatima get. Only AB. So let it stay home, my man. Don't get me started back. Yeah, man. Yeah, my man. Let it stay home. Seriously. Every day we come on the show, whole day. Yeah. Then Granny on the voice is so irritating. Seriously. Granny voice. It's not what she can say, but if something in your ear, listen. Well, I know you told me to say it, Eduardo, but you're scared, so I'll say it for you.
I represent the truth.
Yeah, man. The whole day Fatima come here and say, you know where we are, you know, I try what they want, you know, I work for Joe Biden, I got 2 master's degree, you know, that where he. My bakery, and Dr. Richardson, I've been teaching for 18 years. You know, I'm a student there. We have to talk about psychological effect. The people talk about yellow machine, you talk about psychological effect. My bakery, man, let leave me alone, man. Yeah, man.
That's what be the free. And let me tell you, that's me quiet.
No, Dwadu, this is serious. Listen, I asked the people.
I bet you we thought I could open the phone line after.
To do what?
Let me know the call.
I am open the phone line. Let's open the phone line.
Okay.
Tomorrow is Friday. We're getting up to Friday. Then I mean suspension. I suspended them.
Oh, you suspended them?
Yeah. I suspended them for bringing yellow machine in the country without the proper PPCC requirement. I don't play. I don't joke. I suspended them. I wanted to put 2 weeks suspension, but they called the union. The union president spoke to me. I gave them 1 week suspension. I suspended them. Seriously. You will not see them today and tomorrow. You will not see them. They will be back. Okay. I suspended them. Open the phone line. I know we're about to start the show. Open the phone line. Ask them if the people want it back.
Okay, so 0555101075. Do you want the females back? You want the suspension to hold or not? Let me talk to the first person here. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. How are you?
Yeah, this is Alvin from Rockville.
Alvin, you want the female back or you want the suspension to hold?
Come again, I'm not getting you.
You want the females back on the show or you want the suspension to
hold?
Look,
the issue of females being back on the show is not something that is relevant to us now. What is relevant now is the yellow machine.
No. We start yellow machine yet. We get our own pressure. We ain't talk about yellow machine yet. Hold your peace. I know you want to talk about yellow machine, but wait. We answer our question. We run the show. Don't change our question. Nelson, take the next call.
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Your name and where you call from. Yeah, hello.
Okay, Jefferson, take it once more again.
Yeah, Jefferson, where do you stand? You want the females back or you?
No, same though we have to make the show balance, you know. We need Dr. Richardson, who teaches us about the issue of psychological activities, what the mind says and how you should behave. and I need plenty back. Those people spies the show. So if you exercise there, I think we're not going to. So we need effectively immediately.
Military meal. Hello. Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, you live. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Mark. I bring Jordan back here. The Jordan inspires the show. So for the Jordan.
At 2-0 now. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you call from?
I'm Rufus.
Rufus, where do you stand? Where do you stand on this decision?
Yeah, what the CEO, the former CEO is saying for me, I disagree with that decision. I want that Richardson back because it was that Richardson that drew my attention to this show since 2 years back.
Oh, wow.
So
Thank
I want that Richardson back now.
Thank you. Number 3-0. Hello. Yeah, your name and where you call from? Where do you stand?
My stay here, I don't want for Stockton to come up with plenty talking on us because we know that horse, they were going to pass through them for the machine to come. We're going to post that to it because
what machine conversation today now? Wait.
We are in the country. Different.
That's it.
Okay.
We don't want
Thank you.
Stockton to come plenty on.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, let's hear you. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, I'm Jesse Blasting calling for Johnsonville.
Go ahead, let's hear you. Where do you stand?
Yeah, I stand with the CEO. Let it see me very small. Let it be all men talk tonight.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
Prince Bernard calling from Province.
Yeah, your position.
They do not want to see no show tonight. They must stay. Let's see you go rest is there.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Martin. I'm calling from Bongana 56.
Okay, your position.
Yeah, let the female say, let me face each other.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good.
We said taking more that 22.
No, that's 20, yeah. I'm the people coming on my side. Go ahead, take ball.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Your name and where you call from?
My name Fire Seven cannot call for chocolate city.
Your position, Fire.
That is me that come to the show.
Okay. Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you call from?
My name is Isaac Bourne. I'm calling from Peace Island.
Your position, quickly.
The women, they are the most maker of the game. We run them back, and that center look at the action because he need Isaac Bourne and that old man Saint Johnson that squad the country. He always keeping that they need to go.
Thank you very much. Hello.
How evening?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you quickly.
There are two female come by. Let the CEO start tonight because he don't have a yellow machine.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hello. Okay, so we take this other person here. Hello. Yeah, go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
I'm back for disgrace, everything.
Okay, so where do you stand? Your position?
They said, ladies and gentlemen, the ladies come first.
Okay, thank you.
So let ladies come.
Thank you. And this person, hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
Joseph, I'm calling from Province.
Okay, your position?
Is Santos supposed to suspend people? Let it suspend Asset Do and Sam Johnson, but not the female.
Okay, thank you. Wow. Hello?
It's a bad zone, Duado. It's a bad zone.
Hello?
Man, I gotta listen to the people. It's a bad zone. You know, I gotta listen to the people.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let the female they come back.
Oh, okay.
All right, so let's wait. Now, those of you that follow us online, I want you to text yes or no if you want them back. We take the first 20, yes or no. The majority carry the rule. I'm going to listen to the Labrador people tonight. Today, anything you said, I will do. I can lift up that suspension, but we'll find them. We have to find them.
Yeah, I see my brother Vanny Saki, man. Saki, welcome, my man.
Well, Vanny Saki coming on the show. Every day he tap me, I'll be like, when you coming? But again, Bill Carson and everybody, let's go. We'll take the first. I'm looking for only 5. No, I'm not looking for 20. No, I'm looking for only 5. If I get 5, it means that I won. So, do you want us to bring Fatima, Glennie, Dr. Richardson? They're always giving us hard time. Imagine you're in the house with all women. How fearful it is. Do you really want us to bring them back? Please, I beg you to say no. Let me tell you now where I said. I want you to say no. But let's hear you. I want you to comment. Let's hear you. We got Boyman Passaway say yes. We got Vanny Kroma say yes. Wayland say yes. The thing on file. I just didn't want a 20. I'm not there yet. Please. If you want me to bring them back, because they were suspended in our chat room for 2 weeks. And the board members met and said we should reduce it to 1. I said, though, Uncle Sam and Mo Ali, all of them said we should reduce it to 1 week. So the 1 week suspension take effect tomorrow. It's over. Tomorrow. It's over. But I'm asking you, we're going to start the voting thing over. Let me ask you that testing right now. Those people that call, we respect them. But I'm asking you, Jesus Christ has so many disciples, but he dealt with the special 12. You are my special 12 right now. I want you to listen to me. Please say no. Just 5 no's I need, and it will be done. So on the count of 1, 2, 3, Nelson, let's see if we get 5 no yet. Do you want us to bring back? Huh?
It's not working. It's not working.
I see no. I see nobody saying no. That's it.
More than 50% say yes.
You know what? These people are paid agents. These people are saying yes, they are paid agents. Maybe Fatima and Granny are saying something. Look at Bill. I think Bill Carson are paid agent. Emmanuel Fafley are all saying here. Emmanuel, what's up? All right, so folks, because you said it, I have to listen to you. You know, this is our show. This is your show. Kamara said no. I got 1 no. Kemo said no. So let's see. I'm looking for only 4.
100 responses.
All 122 responses. I got 1 no. Woo! Kalu Abraham Kroma again said no. Maybe that the same person you said 3 different
yeah.
Because the name they are very close. So let's see. Wow. Lord have mercy. I'm looking for no leg. I'm looking for. I'm looking for no leg.
Down web president we got into.
Yeah, I can say no. All right, so folks, I want to say thank you. We're going to bring our sister on. We got Glennie in the back. So Glennie can't wait to snatch. She see that the people that say yes, she not jump, she came on. I ain't know. Glennie go out to work, go do some overtime. But let's bring Glennie on. We're going to bring Glennie on. Glennie, the people, they say welcome back. They say I should bring you on. Folks, you see, I listen to y'all. I did. I listen to y'all. This is your network. It's not for me. It's for you. Okay? But I'm grateful to God that today was a good day, good news, and I'm going to leave it like that. I'm grateful to God. Everything went well today. Good news. We'll leave it like that. When the time comes, we'll get testimony. But I'm grateful to God. Just mark what I just said to you today. Good news. When the time comes, we give testimony. Now, today also, I want to just recognize Pastor Jimmy James, pastor of JCWC, Jubilee Christian Worship Center. Today is his birthday. I'll put up his picture. I want to say, Pastor James, happy birthday to you. A great man of God. We celebrate you. Glennie, welcome to the show. Mr. Dualo, as always, it's good to have you. Folks, you need to share this program. Yellow machine. I'm not talking about yellow humor machine. I'm talking about the real machine. So that thing Mommy was saying yesterday about yellow humor machine, I'm not part of it. I'm talking about the excavator, the front loader, the water tank, the everything. Yellow machine. We got so many documents. The information from the president. The way forward. Who's telling the truth? Who lied? Where are we with all the misinformation? We're going to have some lawmakers coming on tonight to give their own view. We're going to give our opinion. You know, we're waiting for the next 9 minutes to start the show. That will be 9 o'clock in Liberia, and that will be 5 o'clock here. I want to say to all of you Liberians, thank you. for Washington Spoon Talk. We come on the show, we laugh, we joke, we talk our own, you talk your own. But above all, we talk Liberia. It is important for us to realize where we are as a nation. The new dispensation, that we will not sit and allow what happened in 1980, what happened 1990, what happened World War I, World War II, what happened in 1996. We will not sit and allow it to happen, not honor this generation. We will speak truth to power continuously. We will educate one another because this is who we are. We will make our country better. Whether we voted for you or we didn't, we will make our country better. This network, God have used this network to transform the conversation in our country, expose the hidden deeds, and bring to light that which the darkness are holding us bound to. It is important for us to appreciate Dwalu, appreciate Glendy, appreciate Dr. Richardson, appreciate Fatima, appreciate Ambula Mame, Isaac Doe, Uncle Samuel Jackson, appreciate Maxwell, Don Fadika, appreciate all the panelists before, now, and those panelists that will be coming next. No one getting paid. So don't get vexed with all when we say our own. You say your own. Let's say our own. And let the Liberian people, Mankpana, that in Delaware, and so many Mankpana out there, that they come every evening and put the big TV on. Those that go to the radio and listen, and they keep their ear to the radio just to listen to Dwalu speaking, just to listen to Stanton, or poor young man they call Opa from Gainesville. War took us to Newtown. I will forever remember when Wilton Sagan will say, I know what it means to eat pancana, pan cabbage, Bubba John, kiss me. I know what it means to eat buckwheat. I will forever remember. That's why through it all, we will come to you every day to tell you the truth, nothing but the truth, so help us, oh God. It is important. No matter where you find yourself, you are not slave. You are a Liberian first. You are not a domestic slave in your own country. You are a Liberian. What the senator have, you must have. What the minister have, you must have. What the representative have, you must have. The children obtaining better education outside of Liberia, you too must have your better education in Liberia. The riding the $140,000 car, $45,000 car, you too must be able to find your way to work, not walking, not sitting on pen or getting in keke. You too must have an education space where there will be internet, electricity that you can study under. You too. The ArcelorMittal, the Western Cluster, the B Mountain, and all the other mountains, Putu Mountain, shouldn't be sold to foreigners, and your children be left in the mud begging for bread. Enough is enough. We will rise up with our voices. There will be no more guns. There will be no more bullets. But we will continue to speak truth to power because our people deserve better. We cannot be doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. No, not today, not tomorrow, not forever. We will educate our people with our voices. We'll remind our people that the dark days of Liberia is over. We'll remind our leaders that it's time to come together for us to build a better Liberia, where we will sit together and say, think Liberia, love Liberia, and together let's build Liberia. I may disagree with Mame. I may disagree with Glendy. They may have their own opposite view to my view, where we will all champion the cause for a better Liberia. Whether you're Seditian, whether you're from Unity Party, from ANC, from Liberty Party, whichever party you find yourself, LPP, ICOP, WWP, whatever P, we all have one thing in common: Liberia first. So I want to say to you all, enjoy the show today. Let's talk Liberia. Let's entertain and welcome each other's views. Let's celebrate the goodness of our nation as we move towards July 26th. Nobody gonna enrich themselves on the expense of the Liberian people. Nobody, no one. Shoot. Say, I will settle you with $10. I will settle you with $15. Oh, I will give you a back arrest. Go and talk for me. No. And the next day you find yourself washing their cars, opening the gates for them to move and come back in. You're a watchman. You've been doing it for 2 years now. Your children sleeping in the slum, while the children in Europe and in America and outside of the country enjoying the goodness of Liberia. Who are you, my fellow Liberians? Who are you? 6 years, we beat on President George Manawia. 12 years, we beat on Madam Salih. Today, we must speak truth to power. When there is wrong, we should call it out. When the government is doing better, we should celebrate the government. May God bless us as a nation. May God keep us as a nation. We are not perfect, but as we strive towards perfection, we will say, let's freedom reign in every aspect of our life, that we can enjoy the goodness of our country. Let's have a good show. Mr. Duadu, welcome. Mami, welcome. Benny JJ, welcome. Give you guys 1 minute each to do your intro as we have a good show. Thank you, folks.
Yes, sir. And we welcome the people from across the country, all around Liberia. Welcome here. I want you to understand something that we will continue to press on this show. For me, for one, I will press that. Sometimes when you're saying something that pinches somebody in the wrong way, they want you to keep quiet about it. The more you keep silent about it, the more Liberia, the inside Liberia continues to rot. We cannot accept that any longer. We are not, everything we do here is to push the country up in front a little bit more. You can't keep quiet. You keep quiet, it plays right into the gallery of the massive corruption that has plagued this country for 177 years. We have to stop it. Every time we talk, we are not talking because we want to denigrate anybody. We are talking because we want our officials to get it better, to do it better, to run everything we do in the country through the institutions. Let me tell you, Duadu will come, Duadu will live, God willing, Duadu will get old, and Duadu will die off. But if we build good institutions, the state continues, and every year the state is going to be strengthened. In order to strengthen the state, we have to talk about it, build these institutions so we can guide the governance process in the country. This is my dream. This is not my hope for my country, and I hope we recognize that we have to build stronger institutions so we can build a viable country that serves every single one of us. Once again, man, you're welcome to the show. Since planning.
Hello, everybody. Standing at somebody. My people, hello. I will not even talk to Tualo. Thank you for not joining him. It's good to be back. Thanks to Stanton for lifting the suspension, whatever we were suspended for. People here texting me. I Stanton told his story, my people, so your stick where we were suspended, it was lifted. But anyway, today I heard there's an echo. I heard Tualu in the beginning talk about what disgusted me today was the house. I spent some time watching the house, and I will always, every time I come on, I watch Liberian leaders act like even worse than children. It just discourages me as a Liberian to see our leaders no decorum, nobody waiting for their friend, people just talking across the floor. They're not even listening to the speaker. It was just so terrible today, watching them talk about, and those are issues and things that matter to Liberia. You're talking about Yellow Mission, you're talking about processes, and people couldn't even get their points across. They have to do better. They have to do better, and I hope that they can do better as leaders. People take off their time to watch them. People send them to be leaders of the country, and they go there and they can't even have a meeting in an orderly fashion. It's so chaotic. It was just so chaotic today at the House of Representatives. The yellow machine story is concerning. I want to agree with what Stanton said. There are some things that we beat on President We are about his government. We're not looking for good governance, so we expect that there will be good governance. Why it is welcoming. Most of the Liberian people, they're excited about the yellow machine. The process have to be something that is drawn out correctly, that people understand, because this is a government. So I think we're going to go more into that, but I don't think we're doing anything other than ordinary to also hold this government accountable, because we did the same thing to the last government. So it's fair play, it's fair clean. We're looking for good governance, and we have to be able to speak truth to power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before we go to Mame, understand that we're going to have huge traffic on the show today. But I ask every one of you, please go on your Facebook pages and share the show. If you have not done so, please, especially we that are on set, let's share it. It's very important that we go and dig deeper. Once you got Facebook, please just take your smartphone, share the show. We want your comment also. We want to say to you, it's a big day in our country. The president wrote the lawmakers, Mr. Speaker, these are our concerns. Will be our first topic today. We'll get into it. The letter written to the United Nations, and talking about the war crime court, we'll go into it. The letter concerning Kemaya, that President Joseph Yima Bwaka government blocked Kemaya and said he shouldn't be appointed to Sierra Leone as a special representative for ECOWAS. We got our information. We'll go into it. The letter to LDA, the outcome of this whole investigation. We got our hands on some important information. Who's going to stay, who's going to go when you talk about LDA. The 518,000 that was raised, that was requested. The reason why they requested the 518,000, we got a document. We'll be sharing it with you. And one important thing also, Acting Minister of Finance, let's talk about him. We want to say these are minimal. Please, folks, please be patient. We will time ourselves, and thank God since Glennie is here. We will speak within the confine of our time, because we got a lot to cover, and we'll be in and out because a lot of folks are going to be joining us. So, Mr. Mame, your take, sir.
Yeah, I mean, good day to the panelists, people who tune into listening to us. We appreciate your time. I've been concerned about investigations and audits, the status of these investigations. I said here yesterday that most of the investigations are stuck in the mud. Investigation, the central bank audits, the NSA stuck in the mud, Financial Intelligence Agency, and there are other investigations we want to bring up. I brought it up yesterday. I will continue to hammer it on the show. The park that President Weah built, those parks were built with state resources. When they realized they were leaving government, they entered into an agreement and transferred the management of the park to a private individual who is a friend to George Weah to manage for 20 years. In that agreement, we've got a new discovery. Section 12 on termination says only the company has the right to terminate the contract. It gives no provision on if the government can terminate the contract and on what basis. Section 13 gives the company the authority to give the contract to another person without recourse to the government. Section 14 says anybody who sues the company, when the company wins the case, you pay all the company liabilities. But in 20 years, there is no clause that calls for review of the contract, that calls for termination if the contractor doesn't perform. We're highlighting that and calling on the LACC, the GSC, and other stakeholders to see reason to bring these parks, how the resources were acquired. This agreement, I gave it to somebody for 20 years. It gave no clause on why it can be terminated, and even say if you terminate it and take them to court, if they win the case, you pay them their losses. We're calling on investigation on that. They should not stick in the mud. We'll beat on it. When we get new discovery, we'll bring it on the show and talk about it. So that will be my opinion until we can get to the main discussion around Yellow Machine.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. It's good to have you. Let me bring in Hussein.
Yeah, nice, great to be back on this show with my esteemed panelists. A lot have gone on. The president, I know we'll be talking about it, but the president did something today that we should all commend. He was able to write the legislature. He cited a lot of constitutional provision in there. It shows that he's not violating the Constitution. So the Yellow Machine, I hope, can lay that to rest tonight once and for all. And then what was the other thing that you were talking about, Seb? The issue of the finance ministry. I was able to speak to someone close to Burma. I've not been able to get him to speak to him personally, but I spoke to someone, a mutual friend, and he's going to be okay. We just wish him well and his family. I thought I would say that. I'll continue trying to reach out to him, but hopefully we can have someone to fill that void pretty soon. I'll leave it at that until we can get to the Yellow Machine. I have some key points that I want to discuss, but I thought it was commendable what the president did today, and I hope this can put some closure to this Yellow Machine stuff.
Thank you very much, Fadika, Mr. Doe.
Well, it's good to see everybody on the show. Another day so sudden. Another day so crazy to think about the rule of law of our country. Another day so regretful as to any thought to question, where is our country headed? Another day when our friends from around the world are questioning if Liberia indeed has been the first independent state of Africa. A sad time to be on here. Politics or no politics, a sad time to be on here. We have witnessed the Sir Isaac Newton's definition of arrogance from a group of nitwits who've considered themselves to be the most educated, dragging our country into the mud. I know we'll talk more about it, but it's a sad time. I'm sure our people are losing courage. Our body politic will be difficult in the future because of the level of trust our people will take away from our governance process. Wherein people try to bring someone and the person is brought in is even worse than the person who left. Today's display can shame anyone, and I'm sure it shamed me more than anything. I wish we can be told the truth of who served in government for 40 to 50 years. I really want to doubt it is not President Joseph Boakai. Did he have a twin brother who served in government? Did he have a family member? But that 50 years of service in government can never, by the incompetence on display, can never be President Weah. I'm sorry. President Boakai, should I say.
Thank you very much. Lenny, can you do us a favor? Because we'd love for you to do this. Let's go back to the time zone.
Start the clock.
After Fatima and Gusem speak, then when we come to the main conversation, we'll have to do that. We understand that we respect the time, but we have to just enforce something. Fatima, welcome back. It's good to see you.
2 minutes or 1 minute?
No, we're doing 1 minute right now for our intro.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you to the panelists.
And to all of the viewers across the globe, I'm glad to be back. I've been unwell. Unlike what most would like for you to believe that we were suspended, but I've been unwell. So we're back on to at least be a part of the discussion. So far, so good. I've been hearing about the yellow machines and I've been hearing about our country, but I'm super excited for our country. I heard our president today speak, and I was proud that, he is taking the stance that he's taking and he's being part of the conversation, the overall conversation. Liberia is getting there. Either we're not all the way there, but we are getting there. And as my fellow panelists will have you believe that, the country is down to the gutter and this and that and the other. I would like for you to understand that before drastic change happened, lives were taken, people stood firm, and people worked hard and got to where they wanted to be. If we want Liberia to move forward, it's a collective effort. And we got to roll up our sleeves, speak truth to fake power, and make up and be a part of the conversation and move our country forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Uncle Sam, welcome to the show, Uncle Sam.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon to my people around the world, wherever you are, whatever time zone you are. This is my breath month, and I try as best as I can to try to imagine Liberia where it should be and why it is why are we here, and it's very clear to me where we are. Basically selfishness, avarice, greed, and then of course and I don't want to use this word sophistication, but I mean the things that we do in this country, there's no other country on the planet will do that. I mean, I've never seen in my entire life where a group of citizens of any country, whether it's Papua New Guinea or whether it's Niger or whether it is where they have parades for road building equipment. I've never seen that before. I mean, are we that down in the bottom where we have to celebrate 31 machines, Earth Moving Queens, that a company can spend $80 million in the whole country, one of the richest countries on the planet in terms of natural assets and natural resources. And then we see a president who falls on the sword for his subordinates. He fell on the sword. Presidents don't fall on the sword for their subordinates. Subordinates do for the president plausible deniability. For President Boyka to say that an unnamed friend with an unnamed gesture in a gentleman's agreement provided some machines, but not giving us no value, not giving us any where this is coming from, who the intermediaries are, nothing. And then we park these to a military installation. And I understand there are more machines, yellow machines coming tomorrow. And people on this show, I mean, in highly intelligent people with graduate degrees from some of the best schools, they'll be defending it because this is in their political interest to do it because they want something out of the deal. And let me just be very clear. I condemn the cake playing. I was totally against Eton and Iboma. I was one of the most vociferous critic of the Weah administration. I only endorsed President Weah when the CPP disintegrated after I had solid conversations with Mr. Boycott, Mr. Cummings, Mr. Uri, and others, and I saw that they were not interested in improving the lives of the people. So I took what I thought was an option for me. That's why I endorsed George Weah. Okay, he was not my first choice, but the people of Liberia, and I thought to support that. But We'll hear tonight, ladies and gentlemen, listening audience, educated people for some of the best schools. They will be defending this. I mean, they will be stretching their veins to defend this. Don't listen to them. They're only doing it because there are political and possible pecuniary gains that they hope to get from the Boycott administration, because no sane person who's ever worked in any global organization or any global institution will be backing a process that forces the president of the Republic of Liberia to save his two subordinates by falling on the sword. This is a sad day for Liberia. This is terrible, and this is my intro. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. We appreciate you. We want to say welcome to all of our many followers, home and abroad. We want to say thank you for joining us. We love your comments. Again, please be respectful. Say what you want to say, but just be respectful, okay? This is a family program. We'll be hard on each other. I say if you can only face the camera, it will be good for us, Mr. Doe, because you're getting off camera, sir. I want to say to all of you joining us again, it's good to have you on a beautiful day. It's good to have you on a good Thursday. Happy Thursday to you, whatever you find yourself. Let's discuss Liberia issue. We're going to be bringing some lawmakers for the family. We're going to be bringing Musa Bedete. Everybody going to contribute tonight. It's going to be a very important, informative program. Thank you for joining us. Now, let's discuss some of the issue at hand. First, yellow machine. Wherever you find yourself, and there's no reason why we should sit here and play games. I'm not going to ask you to take my position. Please don't ask me to take your position. My position is my position. Your position is your position. And this is where we are. We woke up this morning. I'm trying to upload this. Let's see if you can help me. We woke up this morning, and maybe it was like 11, 12 o'clock last night. We were receiving information, Duaru, that the president sent a letter in to the speaker. You know, we are very inquisitive. We move here and there, try to gather the facts. Yes, indeed. We're receiving information from all of our sources. President Joseph Boakai said he said information, his guy's not coming. Mama Kabedete would not show up. Sylvester Grisby would not show up. And everybody from the executive would not show up because the president thinks that he can write and he can defend and he can protect his people. This morning, the house was set ablaze. The house was on fire. I woke up early this morning just to follow that info, to follow the news. I saw in my whole life the frustration on Fonati Kofa's face. I saw in my whole life people going crazy. They say, is this serious? What is Joseph Imam Boakai hiding? People be gonna ask, well, if there's nothing there, I mean, why they can't go show face? Why they can't speak? Why is the woman hiding? So then everybody began to take side. I woke up, Glenny, in our chat room, first time in my history, over 300 messages, just to find out the Asidu, the Sam Jackson, the Stephen Johnson, the Mo Ali, the Mame, the John Malu, everybody going crazy. Then I said, but what happened here? These guys don't sleep. The who do we talk about sleeping, right? To my amazement, why I said that these guys don't sleep, folks, this will be for you to know. Somebody was sleeping. I was thinking that they were in our chat room, but no, they were sleeping. They were listening, they received the information. I'm trying to upload something. That's why you see I'm taking my time. They received the information while sitting there, Duaru, because I will come to you. And this person or lawmaker fell asleep. So then we asked ourselves, well, what's happening? Why the guy sleeping? I'm going to bring him on. We're going to ask him. But let me show you the part. And this is what Glennie was talking about. Look at your lawmaker sleeping. Immediately he received the information that the people not coming, Joseph Boakai, right, the House of Representatives, he started sleeping. How can you go to work and you're sleeping? Let's take this off the back, Mame. Don't ask me not to show you, Mame, because that's what you do. How can you go to work? Don't discuss, Uncle Sam, this is serious. Don't discuss serious national security concern. and you're sleeping. District number 7, Sacred Place, Nima County, sleeping. What are you going to tell the people about the yellow machine? You get nothing. You fail in school. You fail. No. Duadu, please come here. I beg you. I know you want to talk about yellow machine, but I want you to talk about this right. Am I wrong? Is this student now? This student want to get F, or maybe G, or maybe Z? This student sleeping in class. District number 7, Sacred Place, Nima County. Your representative sleeping.
How sure are you Mr. Benedict is not praying?
Oh, you know what? But the men are Muslim and I had a prayer. The Christian will pray like this, but not the Muslim. And you know that.
Hey, stay tuned. Let's get the serious team, man. Leave Benedict alone.
Okay, so, all right. So you want us to get a serious thing? I agree with you. Let's go. You know, I got to take a snap at Benedict. He will be joining us shortly. We're bringing him on the show. But on a serious note, I want you to talk to me. Yes, the letter, folks. The letter is there from the President Dualu. You have read this letter. Liberians read this letter. Talk to me. You take the first.
Don't take this letter down. I'm not going to talk too much because I don't agree with this letter one bit. I believe this letter is almost a slap in the face to Liberians from the president of our country. Now, not everybody has read this letter, but I'm going to read the letter very briefly. And the subject line here is says acquisition process of the yellow machines. I refer to the acquisition of earth-moving equipment, commonly referred to here as yellow machines. Some members of the legislature have raised queries about the process and acquisition of these machines, of these equipment. Let me first and foremost assure you and members of the legislature that we are scrupulously pursuing the acquisition process for these machines. I want to stop right there. Don't go too far. According to him, they're still pursuing this process. Somebody please mute, please, guys. I'm begging you. And there's a feedback. So let's mute so we can go back and forth. Look, President Boakai cannot treat the Liberian people like this. We support this president wholeheartedly, but I expect the president to do the right thing. This is not the right thing, Mr. President. And I'm going to say this to you. The only fault that I have with the legislature is they got the letter, and today the representatives behave like children in the people's house. Noise everywhere, no quorum, nothing. It's just complete chaos. But this letter is ridiculous from the president. Look, you cannot go outside the confines of the law. And you do something in order to write that thing. You write a letter to the legislature and you shy away from true accountability to come before the people and explain to them what you're doing. You write a letter and that letter is supposed to suffice for what you've done to the people. This is not how it should be done. Look, we need the machines. It must be done right, guys. Let me tell you something. The only thing I can talk about every time, we have to strengthen the institutions that govern this country. If we are not strengthening those institutions and we are bypassing the institutions, we are going to fail eventually because the president will believe that in his power that we've given him, he can circumvent the laws in order to appease himself to say, listen, this is expedient. We cannot run the country just on expediency. The laws must be followed. Expediency has to make sense. And you can still go to the legislature and they can expedite the process. Senator, that's what I want to say to that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dwale. Let me go to Glenny. Talk to us, Glenny.
So all I'll say, Honorable, how are you? They say
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you for welcoming the
welcome, Honorable. They said that deep meditation you are in today. But anyway, we'll talk about it later. But I think the letter, I don't understand why we've had so many different stories, and then in the end we come to this letter. I would think that the letter probably should have been the first thing. If that was the process, if that was what was happening, that story should have been told way in the nuances, the beginning of all of these things, instead of having so many different stories. This other person Canadian, this mafia person, this person from South Africa, and then finally we get to what President Barker is saying. So I think the letter is pretty late. I think that should have come first. I think someone should have advised the president. Maybe he, instead of doing the letter, he should have just spoken to the Liberian people. Just come on camera and tell the Liberian people exactly what's going on instead of using that letter. I don't understand what was the need for this letter. I think he has made things more chaotic today than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mame, to the letter. We're not hearing you.
We started this yellow machine discussion with concern about transparency. We wanted to know whether this was a loan or a grant. We wanted to know whether it was a gift. We were having interest in knowing the interest rate, the cost of the machines, and whether the president was just bulldozing away and bringing them to put them into utilization. We were concerned about the utilization plan. And we argue on this show that it is illegal, it is wrong for anybody to bring machines in the country in the manner and form we had such discussion. Today, the president's letter has addressed a lot of those concerns. A lot. From the letter today, we are aware now that it is the rumor about just being a gift. Rather, it's a negotiation that is going on for the procurement of machines. That's why that letter was important. That letter was important today because of the letter, we are aware that nobody is bulldozing their way with machines in the country. And the president is saying, I will deliver to the legislature whatever agreement I go through for the legislature to review, vet, and rectify or decline on. So we know that the president is committed to doing that. We know that because of that letter today. Because of that letter today, we also aware that the story about 80 million is not true as the value for the machine. So all the discussion now shifted from the main doubts that we had to new concerns about relationship, the president's relationship. I can say here during the campaign, all over Liberia, everybody who campaign for political office, they campaign on grounds. They campaign on ground that they have international connections. That they can come again.
And your 2 minutes is up. You actually went 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay.
Or the man in flight, the young man. I mean,
let's say we should do
5 seconds.
So Mame, hold on 1 minute, guys. Glenny, just put your hand up if the person time is 30 seconds. Okay. So you guys go ahead. Yeah, use your 30 seconds. Mame, finish up.
It shifted now to the president's relationship. But everybody who campaign will say, I got relationships, I got international connection. I can place the call today, investment will come to Liberia. Having relationship is not wrong. What is wrong is using your relationship at the disadvantage of the country. And the president is saying he's committed to submitting the outcome of his relationship to the legislature for rectification. We maintain our position. The value for those machines should be reasonable. Nobody should take cuts from on them. The quantity of the machine should be reasonable. And the process through which it is done should be in accordance with our law. Those people who want to use the machine as a political tool will not follow them. We'll stick to what we said. Value for money, transparency, accountability, and the quantity of the machine should be reasonable. That is our position. We maintain that. The letter of the president cleared a lot of doubts today. Our eyes are opening to new things because of the letter.
Thank you, Mame. Fatiga. Honorable Belite will come to you. Let's do the one because you are our contributing guest on the show. So please be patient. We'll take a lot from you tonight, please. Fatiga.
Thank you, Mame, for that. Look, there were a lot of speculation. I always say if there is any devil, it is in the detail. We saw the detail today, and the president again was vindicated. 2 articles comes to mind, Article 8 and Article 34. The president adhered to those 2 articles. One had to do with the duty to ensure accountability and transparency. The president was accountable to the Liberian people today, and he was very transparent. He said that I'm going to get into this agreement that we are negotiating, and we are done. That's the duty of the president. to go out there and negotiate for the government to make sure that he alleviate the plight of the Liberian people. He went out, whether it through his friends and whatever means, he has done that. He told the legislature this is a process that is in the works. When we are done, we'll go. So this has laid to rest a lot of speculations out there. Look, people are trying to turn something so good, something so unprecedented in this country, they have tried to use it as a weapon against us. One thing we can all agree on, that nobody have disagreed that we need machine. The president also mentioned one thing. He said that there are contingency plans that should, in case this deal doesn't go through, it is not a sweetheart deal for the Liberian people. The mission remain with the people. This cost at no cost to the Liberian people. Look, last year, our legislature alone, 100 and some more men, used $65 million. $65 million. And people are crying, oh, we're spending $80 million on something that will help the Liberian people, the true employers. So for once, look, I was so happy today when I read that letter. I wish it had come earlier, but we live in a time where people politicize everything. People try to weaponize even the best intention. So I rather that Kim and made a lot of those people shame now. What are you going to argue about? What are you going to fight for? There is no intermediate.
You spend the time up?
No agreement.
So right. Guys, we gotta respect this. I'm begging you guys. We have many folks want to be joining us.
At least so the bottom line here
if you want us to do 2 minutes, hold on, Fadiga, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, that's fine.
No, we still go to the 30 seconds.
Yeah, so let Benny raise her hand and we should respect our baking, guys. I want us to take a lot from Musa today. He's the
I raise it first for 30 seconds, and then when you have 15 seconds, I raise it second as the second one. That's what I'll
Okay, thank you. Nelson, you will finish 1 minute. Nelson, can you please give your seat to Representative Fode? Because we already upped the number here. So please, just put for Representative Fode on the producer's seat, please. Fadiga, finish up.
So the president clearly outlined the contingency plan that should, in case the thing doesn't go through, the supplier can reclaim the equipment and sell it within the Liberian market. And everybody go their separate ways. No harm was done there. I don't know why all this hullabaloo, but I think the president was clear enough. The letter is self-explanatory. For me, I think this is closure for me.
Right. So let's go to you, Isaac Do, please.
The president has lied to the country, and the president has put himself in an impeachable offense. If I've never seen a confused president who has lied repeatedly, this is the definition of that. Let's make it clear. The president said on record in his official capacity as the president of the Republic of Liberia that if those missions come, that Double Jala tell me he got money to pay. That statement confirms that the president knew of machines coming in Liberia. There is no turtle. My kid here is 11 years old. He wouldn't be talking about machine coming if the machine has not been bought already. He knows the processes for it coming. My understanding is, allegedly, the president served in the government for like 50 years. The letter today raises even more doubt about the issues of corruption, the issues of lies, the issues of transparency and accountability of our country. Listen to the chief spokesperson from the rescue camp. The president said the mission is in stone. If we don't reach a deal, then the man can sell it on the market. First off, we don't know who the man is. Let's assume that hold it boast. But Liberia is a country of law. Before you have a right to import any goods or service in the country, You must have a legally registered business. You must be a legal taxpayer, and you must have a legal right under our laws to do business. How can someone who does not have any of these have any right at all to import equipment through our borders received by the national authority from the port, taken to our military facility? I can only assure you this, that we are in a deep mess, and anybody besides those who are looking for jobs will be very, very much concerned with how our country is deteriorating. When you have a government official escorting machines from the National Port Authority to the military facility,
I say you done.
Wouldn't you be concerned as a person?
I'm kind of confused with Glenny and her time.
No, she's did it 15 times.
So,
Glenny, I'll come and answer. We'll give you your finishing second.
I've done it 3 times at 30 seconds.
Glenny, no. Just put your hand on one time, mean that time finish. They're 2-3 times confusing. Yeah. I said, go ahead, finish up. Now take 15 seconds, finish up.
So, again, Stanton, this is a definition of a government with lots of grass on it, and I see no reason why an impeachment proceeding has not been initiated against this government led by a lying president who lied to the nation through a letter written to our representatives, as well as in his official capacity at the ministerial complex, telling us that if Double Dollar does not have money to pay for a machine, which machine? Did he agree with machine? Did he know what machine? What machine were they paying for? A ghost machine? It is a shame. It is an embarrassment. And this is arrogance and incompetence at the worst. People said, George,
thank you, Asif. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Let's welcome, I beg you, Representative Fode, can you tell the producer to change your name because you are not representing Nelson Colette. The timekeeping will not be applied to representability and Representative Fode because they are our contributing guests on the show. We're going to listen to Fatima Bintu Salif. I'm going to go to Uncle Sam Jackson. Then we'll bring in the representative. Fatima, your 2 minutes, please.
All right. Let's just call a spade a spade. The president has spoken. The president have taken the stand, and he has expressed, what he has expressed today. Who does not want development? I mean, what is it about this yellow machine? Because the kick plane failed. What is it about it? Liberians want development. We've traveled around the globe. We've seen other countries and we've seen what they've done. This president have explained, I was in doubt about the yellow machine. What he explained today, Liberians have accepted. All of our people want development in our country. We want our country, the oldest republic, to represent itself. And if the yellow machine is going to help Cape Mount, we welcome it in Cape Mount, all parts of Cape Mount. In fact, I heard some of the senators saying they want it in their districts and in their counties and stuff like that. There were failed policies in the past. Yes, so we should move forward. I know they're saying that we're here to defend this. I want development in my country. I want better role. When the Industrial Revolution took place, the way people begin to realize their wealth and their strength and who they were was when trade was open. How was trade open? Roads were open. Free movement of people. Okay, we've been on these yellow machines for the last 2 weeks. We've spoken about it. We've spoken about how they came into place, what happened, what didn't happen. Now the machines are here. Liberians are celebrating. We want beautiful roads too. We want good country too. You're not beep, beep, beep. The machines are here to stay. The sooner you get it, the better we'll move forward. The Liberian people have accepted this. Liberians, please, the machines are here. Our rules will be developed, and let's move forward. Thank you and goodbye. That's it.
Are you leaving with your goodbye? Your goodbye is what?
I'm finished for now until further notice.
Let me bring in, and I hope, guys, this we are not forcing. We'll be very, very professional. You will say your own, let the people understand you, and we all can talk in harmony, please. This is about our country, Liberia. It's not no one person farm. Uncle Sam will bring you on. Please speak, sir, and we'll bring in the representative.
Okay. Basanove, Brenemo Samuel Jackson, so the Sunni went. The president can I know I'm a baba. This is what I just said to the Basa people. The thing what the president doing is called Baba. Baba is a book written by Dr. Raphael Pele, mean corruption. The reason why is Baba president Obato, the president friend Obato, or that Obato also Bato that he call his friend name. You can't go buy something for us. We who own the money from your friend. Because when you go buy something from your friend, we don't know whether you and your friend making special deal, whether you will get kickback. So to go to your friend, Baba. Then when I change while you were chatting, the people who talking, they know book. So they will use convolution to wrap it up in good English to fool you. The reason why Mark Kinney from Gay Town, Sonny Wen, Odwan Suguke, Bank of a Butcher, Kadewani and Nuenke, Boyamwenje pay. You will pay for this for the machine. Your children will pay for the machine. 2 to 3 years from now, what say, blé, but what can machine out here, what can drive it, what is blé, what is that blé, but what can machine go put, they didn't have anywhere to put the machine. They didn't have nowhere to keep it. They took it to the barracks. They didn't plan nothing about the machine. They just bring in the machine, they shoved it down your throat. So by the time their president and Nwege, Baba, ka food si cha, baby boy, would do a twin, ka food si cha. That's what I say to my Basa people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring in Representative Musa Hassan Belete, District Number 7, Sake Play, Nimba County. Welcome to the show, Representative. How you doing?
Thank you guys. Good discussion. And by the way, Stanton, I was sleeping actually because once I read the president letter, for once in my life, I seem to actually, really almost give up on this country. Once I read that letter. But anyway, yes. So I was trying to hold myself back together. So
but let me hold you right there. Not only you. I'm sorry, let me hold you. Look at the gentleman behind you in the yellow shirt. It's like he gave up. He put a whole chain in his palm.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm defending you because you slept, but look at the gentleman. What's his name? The chairman ability. What's his name?
I was able Kenneth.
From which county?
District 2, Monserrato County.
I mean, he gave it up. But talk to us.
So, first, I really hope that this yellow machine issue or what's being discussed tonight will at least send an campaign period. Let all of us try our best to be very reasonable and rational. There are a few things that are wrong with the whole yellow machine business. But the first good thing about it, which I want to talk about, is that the president finally, summoned the courage to write the legislature. I think that was a good step. Going through the president letter, the first misinformation in the president letter is that there was no public money spent. Those machines that came in this country, the taxes on these machines are more than $100,000. There was no tax paid. The Freeport and the president farm. So anything that comes, tax is going to be paid to Liberia. If you waive it, you are actually waiving that money. So that's the first thing. And because it's not for the government yet, therefore, the government cannot be waiving tax on something that, quote unquote, is not for it. The second question is, the president of the Republic of Liberia is the most powerful person, and he comes out, initiate a business transaction and referring to it that it is through a friend. Which government official is expected to treat that man as a businessman or as friend of the president? That statement puts the entire transaction under the category of conflict of interest, because the president has shown interest in the owner of this business by saying, this man is my friend. And on a friendly basis, because he's my friend, he has brought a machine and he's supposed to be doing business with. The country is not supposed to be doing business with the president's friend. The third thing is why all of us were searching for answer as to why the machine came into Liberia. The machine was already in Liberia. The laws of Liberia are very clear as to how the government of Liberia can initiate any transaction. There's no such thing in our law that say the government of Liberia can do what we call good faith transaction. There's no such thing. The laws are clear. CDC government came with almost 80% of the young people or the fellows with little or no experience in government. On the other side, this government, almost 90% of the people in this government have previous experience in government and should know, and that includes the president. So if the president says, this is how you initiate a business transaction, and says that if the man brings the thing, if it doesn't work, then the man can sell it and do that. That is not correct. The third, and for me, the most important part is the president's show of complete lack of transparency by taking such a very controversial issue, right, the legislature, and failed to mention who this friend is. I mean, it could be a money launderer, could it be a cocaine seller, could it be a terrorist, could it be from an organization that is hostile to our friendly countries? Who is this that the president of Liberia is dealing with? And can we know that person so that we can also look behind the person to find out if this relationship is followed by other extraordinary interests? This is why I was so proud of Honorable Fode Fambola today, because he raised that issue and said, how do we know who the president is dealing with? If the president chose to be transparent, why can't he tell who the friend is, what business this friend is doing?
Thank you.
And so that we also can do a background check. The last thing before is the costing. I speak here today as someone who owns 9 yellow machines. And just taking a sample from yellow machine, the most expensive yellow machine in category is Caterpillar. And the most expensive type of yellow machine is excavator. Excavator price, duty pay is not over 175,000. The lowest of all the category of the yellow machine is what we call compactor. Applying which is around 55,000, 60,000. Applying the general principle of business and finding an average of this price, you can never buy 285 mixed yellow machine at any value beyond $35 million. I guarantee you that.
Thank
I'm
you.
not speaking from the back of my head. And those
Thank
are
you
the
very
flaws
much.
in the president's communication.
Chairman, before we go over to Representative Fumbler, you talk about the tax waiver. And I believe that we will give each other the chance to ask questions real quick before we bring in Representative Fumbler. You name like 4 different stuff, and I believe that we all were following you. You said the taxes were waived on these first consignment, and now today they received the second batch of consignment. Are you saying that taxes were waived in the amount of over $100,000? I want to give you a chance to further stick to that.
It's over $200,000 actually, and I say that because I know how much you can pay in taxes for machine.
So as per the president letter,
yeah,
and Dwalu love to read this. No public funds utilized.
That's
no public funds utilized, and that's exactly why it's going to be interesting. And Glennie, I beg you, if I pass my 2 minutes, let me know. But I got to ask this question. I really want us to be fair. Mr. Representative Musa, this is the president letter. This is the letter everybody. Some of them are applauding, and some of them saying no. A lot of questions. So allow me to read this, Chairman, and then maybe we can go into it. No public funds utilized to date. No funds from the Liberian Treasury have been expended on this project. What say you, Musa? Are you saying the president is in error?
Honorable, no, it's misinformation. That's not error. That's deliberate misinformation. Let me explain this to you. If you brought a car in Monrovia, and LRA tells you you have to pay $12,000 for taxes, and somebody call you say, "Oh, Stanton is my friend. You don't charge him that $12,000. What have you done with the $12,000?"
Yeah, but then let's go back to the second one, okay? The second line, and everybody should go back to this president letter. Number 2, continuation of this paragraph. The first batch of equipment that arrived in the country was shipped at the supplier's expense. So what's your argument?
That's shipment. I have no evidence that that is true or false, but that's shipment. I'm talking about clearance. When it arrived in Monrovia, there are some documents which you should spray a tentacle to see.
Let me ask you then. Let me ask you if you say because it's a shipment, but listen to the last sentence within this paragraph, which brings us to 3. The government of Liberia has not incurred any cost related to the transportation or acquisition to these machines. Are you still fighting this argument that the president waived taxes? Because if you shipping yourself, you're responsible for leaving the exiting port to that of the receiving port. Everything is covered. Is the president still misinforming us?
When the goods are shipped from the exiting port arrive at the receiving port, normally there's a name they call consignee. Once it's consigned to you, it becomes your responsibility to pay the charges, pay the full fee. Let us show us whether they have APM. The National Port Authority should have made some money. APM terminals should have made some money. The LRA should have made some money. All these payments are made with receipt. Let us show it.
Thank you. My question, Chairman, my question is done because I want to say the concerning, we know we posted out, Minister of State, Executive Mansion, blah, blah, blah. They don't want to receive it. Mr. Dwalu, before I bring you in, I want to bring you in before we go to Fode, please, real quick. And you should bring Fode in, Mr. Dwalu. We'll give the guys a chance now to bring the question. Talk to us, Dwalu.
Representative Foley, thank you so much. Honorability, welcome to the show. As always, brother. But I will say this, though. Look, the machines are good for the country. Nobody's arguing to that contrary. So whether the machines are great for the country. I think where representability is pushing for, like most of us, is let it go through the proper channel so we can have proper documentation. This is it. There is no argument. Anybody who disagrees with that, you're not looking at the big picture. Look, for me, it's about strengthening our institutions. Look, the rules are bad. I understand the president wants to expedite the process, but Mr. President, you can still go to the legislature. This legislature is fun of doing 5G stuff. They can do this overnight to get the machines in the country.
I mean, when I allow you to talk to all of that.
Like a Russell seen 5G, you know the thing. 5G don't go over there. But let's do it right. My only argument I have against the president, it was not done right, and I don't like that.
Chief, let's bring a representative for the Fambula. Talk to us. You are on the floor today making such a huge argument, after which we'll bring the rest of the guys in for comment or question. Representative Fambula.
Thank you again to my colleague panelists. I think we all been following this story that has to do with the yellow machine. And some of the reason why all of these arguments have been coming forth is that the executive has not been open. Every one of us are interested in seeing yellow machine all the villages in this country. We want to see our roads develop. We want to see this country develop. We want to ensure that farm to market roads are developed, but it is not at the detriment of our system. It is not at the detriment of being open and transparent in the process leading to all of this. Yes, the executive has that power to negotiate. The executive has that power to negotiate on behalf of the Liberian people, to bring in investors, to bring in goodwill individual. But in the face of that, you need to give notice that I'm having this conversation with Mr. Paul. And Mr. Paul is the owner of this company. He's a good friend. All of us, we most often go to elections. We want people who are connected to the West because we feel they will be able to talk to some of their good friends to bring development back to this country. So if the president have a friend who he believes can act in good faith and bring machines that our country can negotiate, what has been the problem was that the first day when the issue of yellow machine came about, the disagreement from the executive that they were not clear. Fair enough, you have said we are negotiating this process. This process is in the pipeline. When we conclude with this negotiation, as they are in it, we as legislators will wait. You present a formal communication to us. You present legitimate communication to us. You present documents to us that we can pass on in the interest of this country. It's just like sometimes I will always say, Dwadu should take some of your words back. That place is not a 5G place. If it was a 5G place, I think Dwadu would just walk and become a member of the legislature. It's a place where you find a lot of professional people sitting, arguing for their people. But the issues of the yellow machine, what we've been going back and forth on is the issues that has to do with public awareness, being open with the negotiation, informing stakeholders as to where you are with the negotiation, who are those who are involved. Because when you raise the issue that has to do with taxpayer money not being used, take for an example, politically, one would say you have already been able to bring the machine in the country, the accusation and the transportation of the machine was something paid by the investor, fair enough. But those machines are currently in the barrack. The Liberian people taxes are used to pay the AFL. The fact that you have an AFL personnel mount guarding the gate of the BDC barrack and that machine is in, the owner of that machine will not pay for security. It means it is the Liberian people. So what this government need to do is to be very open with the process. The first thing is that we are all interested in showing that this process can be transparent. The government in herself, in it function. Yeah, CEO.
Let me ask you a question because I'm sorry for interrupting you. Did the president and the executive break the law?
Let me say this to you, CEO. The law, in breaking the law, there are a few things. The executive have a power to negotiate for this country. As legislator, we have this function to ratify negotiated documents that the executive.
The law, Representative Fambula.
Whether or not the executive has broken the law, for me, I think procedurally the executive has not been open. Is it sufficient to breaking the law?
Yeah.
The question is it sufficient to breaking the law? I think it need a lot of conversation around that topic to see whether.
You call breaking the law?
Because you have negotiation. You have that right.
You can't have the right to negotiate. Yeah, hold on 1 minute. If somebody walk down the street, shoot somebody, pop, did they break the law? Will you charge them for murder?
If someone walk down the street and shoot someone, yes, they have. If they did such thing. Yes, they have broken the law. The law says do not.
One of the government officials walk into their own coffer and take $20,000, use the money on themselves.
Walk into their own cover.
Yeah,
What you mean?
the entity, the ministry, take 20,000 from the ministry account. Did they break the law? And
There are
use it for themselves.
There are procedures to get money out of government account.
No, they didn't follow the procedure. They used it. They took the money.
If they did not follow the layout procedure,
yeah,
yes, they have broken the procedure.
The government, the executive, did they break the law?
The executive is said to us today they are negotiating the issues that has to do with yellow
As
machine.
of now, you must take a position, representative.
As of now, my position is clear. The process has not open. We have few unanswered questions here, and those issues that we are raising here is that
representative. Let me easy. My other colleagues got to come on. I beg you. They look at me with witchcraft eye. They got to come on. I'm asking you a straight question. Everything you have seen, everything you have heard, sir. You're going to speak to your people in Bon County. What will you tell them? Did Joseph Yeman Bwaka, executive, break the law?
The executive is in procedure error.
So you will not call it law breaking?
I said they are in procedure error.
So you are not going to call it law breaking?
I will refer to a procedure error.
Let me ask you, Representative Musa Ability, did the executive break the law, Musa?
In my mind, the executive did more than breaking law. They misinformed the legislature. They misinformed. They gave information that were not accurate. They gave information. If you go anywhere in the world and take a bit of leading and put it in somebody's name, you are saying that this thing is for that person. That's business law.
So they broke the law.
They broke the law.
Thank you. We'll come back. Let me bring the rest of the guys. Ladies and gentlemen, let me fair.
They broke the procurement
law. We will ask you a different kind of law. I really want to bring the guys in. Representative, you took a position and said they broke the law. A lot of the law was broken. And our representative for the family is saying it's procedure error, but he cannot say they broke the law. The Liberian people going to George. Let me bring in my sister Glennie, Mame, Uncle Sam, Al Hussein, Fadika, Fatima, to the rest of the guys can join us. Now, this is how the show go, folks. Everybody have their own opinion. Let's hear what the rest of the team going to say. Glennie, you go first.
Hello to the two honorable representatives. Honorable Full, I'm excited that you're here because I'm going to follow my complaint from the last time. I was disgusted today when I watched the House of Representatives. Totally disgusted. I'm glad the honorability is here because even he himself could not get the people to listen to what he wanted to say. I want to ask the two of you, and that's my question to the two of you, because for me, it matters how you all are presenting yourselves to the Liberian people. What do you think you all accomplished today in such a disorderly manner today?
Well, for me, before I came on this show, I sent Stanton a YouTube video of the Japanese parliament. Look, Glende, this is a space that if you don't know, unless you get there, you understand. Every member of the House is, look at the name, representative. You want to be heard or be seen as representing your people. You cannot, nobody will allow you to make them to feel that they are not important or disrespect them. It's the nature of the beast. But we do get things across. We finally always boil down to making a vote on every issue and then passing on it. Sometimes the speaker uses his gavel to sweep certain things aside. Like today, there was a motion and it was seconded that the president should be summoned. And the speaker sees that motion. Those things happen. And then that gets people rowdy. When some people go beyond and above, you can see that they are ass out. You reach to that point, you can see that. But if you have the United States Congress, everywhere in the world, representation is a rowdy affair. We get our things done.
Thank you, Musa. We gotta go back on track, and I think Lenny asked a good question. Thank you. Let's hear from Representative Fambula. Fambula, your take on the noise making, man.
Most often when you are discussing with people who have never been lawmaker before, the context of how they consider politics in the chamber is difficult. Sometimes you call it noise. When someone is filibustering, you think they are trying to. You will not understand what really happening. It's difficult to explain these kind of things. Because
please say it's on my intelligence. I beg you, please.
No, hold on. I
take it back.
For the wrap up now, we gotta get back to the yellow machine.
But the reality is that Andy Gandhi, to be a lawmaker and speaking and showing that you want to achieve a results among stakeholders is just difficult. Most often, like I said the last time, and we try to work on the issue of the mark issue where every lawmaker will be able to have a mark and will be able to present our side. When that individual is off, when another individual has been recognized, you can off the mark and see. Because take for an example, like I said, we got like 3 marks on the floor rotating. And honorability is saying something that another gentleman would not want to hear. He feels that it undermines his district. He might ask or say something that might stir that flow, and a lot of things will be said across the floor. But if they have marks and the other young man is saying something, that speaker or person controlling the mic will just off it, and you might not hear it, that person saying anything. So we have a lot.
So it means that you guys will continue the noise making. Would that the final answer?
I think the noise making.
There's no solution.
Like you always say it. Like I said, it's difficult to explain to you. It's very difficult.
Right, so let's get back on track.
But don't worry, you're coming there, so you know it.
Excuse me.
You are coming 2029. You will feel it.
I hear today Thursday. I don't hear. Mommy, talk to us, Mommy. Let's get back on the yellow machine. Your question, your take, sir.
I don't have questions. I have comments.
Go ahead.
Few things I want to clarify. One, you asked a question whether it violated law. I think laws were violated. I believe laws were violated. I stand by that. But I also believe that in the midst of those violations, there lies a solution that many people tend to ignore for different reasons. All are on the show. Everybody listening. There are 3 fundamental groups of people having this discussion. One group is primarily concerned about 2029 and how this transaction can fail, so that when it fails, it can be used to measure and create false equivalency between we have failed road projects, between we have failed airplane projects, between we have failed Bali Island projects, and the rest list goes down. That is their primary occupation. That is their agenda. That group exists. Their agenda is to ensure this deal fails. There is another group that is concerned about the process such that nobody bypasses the process and cheat the country. That group is a group I find myself in, insisting that the agreement goes through the process, it gets to the legislature reviews it, the legislature makes decisions on value for money, quality, quantity. That's the group I find myself in. Because I find myself in that group, I see the statement from Mr. Ability and the Honorable here to just be a hush-hush statement. Because the thing we want, what we've been crying for, what we've been shouting for, the president has committed himself in black and white that I'm negotiating as per the executive order given to me. I'm negotiating, and I assure you, at the completion of my negotiation, I will present the agreement to you. You can review it. If you want to know the contractor need, a man need, a pa need, a children need, a 5 more seconds. You will see everything in the agreement, and it will be left for you to make that decision. You can't wait for that. And you come on the show and asking about what the BTC security man to the BCT Barry. You're asking for what kind of truck drove it. Honorable ability. Let me conclude. I use my Fatima time. Let me conclude. There is no crime for a president or a public official to do business with his friend. The law says you must declare it. You must.
Can we interrupt you real quick? I'm going to get a 10-second back. Can you, mommy, bring your business in the country from some unknown individual and store it at the BTC?
You say my business, a private business. We're talking for
But
a business. Let me answer you. We're talking about a negotiation between the executive branch of government
The question
and a
we
business
ask,
entity intended for the country. Not for me as an individual.
Mommy,
Yes.
are we, mommy? Are we, mommy? I'm going to give you a 10 minute. Your 10 minutes in the storage. You will have it back. Let me ask you a question, mommy. And let's be fair on the show. Up to today, don't you think when the laws came about, the most famous video, let me play this video. And that's why I love our argument here. Everybody take their side. And tomorrow, before I go to bed, you'll call me and we'll laugh. So let me play this video.
And so I'm going to be able to do agriculture if we can't get to them. So when the machine comes, let the boy tell me he can't raise the money to pay for it. Then the Nigerian people will be the one who will decide. But we got to open this country for
So the video that I just played, don't you think, as per that video, the puppet knew where the machine was coming from? JMB knew the cost on the machine when he talked about double Jada should raise the money. Don't you think the Liberian people then should have been informed about the circumstances surrounding this machine? Why today, President JMB, with all the laws in the market, decided to say, oh, I can only write the lawmaker because they sent for my chief of staff, they sent for my minister, they sent for everybody now. So let me prevent them from coming. Let me prevent them from coming. Mommy, don't tell me whether we need a machine. We pass that. And I told you today, this is a book. Introduction, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, before you get to the end. Mommy, you are bringing the end. But we have not even completed yet the introduction. Take me back to the introduction. When the president of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Yima Boakai, in whom I'm well pleased, when the president friend reached out to him, as per the letter, and he said, gentleman agreement. Gentleman agreement. Our country is now on gentleman agreement negotiation. Mommy, don't tell me the end. Let's start with introduction to chapter 1.
Yeah,
we're not even
start.
to chapter 2 yet.
Let's start.
You are in error to say every other thing is unique, but the only reason we heard from President Boakai today is because Representative Musa Bedete, Representative Fode Famdulai, Speaker Fodati Kofa, Deputy Speaker Thomas Farah, J. Mervyn Cole, Richard Kuhn, sedition lawmakers, Unity Party lawmakers, independent, hold the government, the executive by the balls, and say we are ready to chastise you guys. Come and give us reason why those equipment are BTC. Don't you think our government, as per the executive, lied to the Liberian people and they're trying to cover up? Don't you think this government, which we brought to power, playing from the playbook of CDC? Now I'll position myself because I don't care.
Stand up. Can I ask you a question, please? Just
yes, sir. Very quick. I got to give my man his time back.
At what point in time did CDC bring contract like that and pass it without passing to the legislature?
No.
The contract has not been passed.
No, but you have to say the more compared to CDC.
Chairman,
I don't want to be fair.
Chairman, I beg you. Everybody here itching to speak. You can see the faces going up and down. Okay. Everybody want to talk. I beg you, let me fill my 5 seconds.
I will mark my question down for you.
Yeah. My issue here remains, if the executive broke the law, we should say, Mr. President, we believe that somebody around you fooling you. Yeah, where I stand. The president was happy when he received the good news. His friend, Up to today, the Liberian people don't know who that friend is. We all speculating. Up to today, do you know the friend name, Mame? Do you know who the friend is? No. Is the friend Beladi? Is the friend Abu Basar Hahan? Is the friend Hassan Wawa Wawa? Do we know if there's a black money deal? Do we know is this a terroristic deal? But my friend, that the president can come out and tell the Liberian people who the friend is, what gentleman agreement he came to, and at what time, and how many machines in question, and how much we are paying for the machine. The president broke the law. The executive broke the law. Why are we in a rush? 176 years. 12 years as vice president. The president, 2005, brought in the PPCC. It's there, it's on the record. The president honored the leadership of Madam Salif, respected that we must have a PPCC. Why is the president now neglecting the function of the PPCC? 1974, Sylvester Grisby came into government. 74 to 84, 84 to 94, 94 to 2014, 2014 to 2024, 40 years working experience. Same as Joseph Yima Bwaka. Don't you think they know leadership, they know government? How can you negotiate in Jade and not tell us that we should accept it only when the government, the people through the lawmakers, request for you to come and testify? But I will give back the time to you, my brother.
Actually, it's 50 years. 50 years, Stanton.
Thank you.
50 years.
Thank you. Maybe I don't one of the 10 years. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam.
Stanton, it was not only the legislator who put pressure for this president for the president and executive to speak. We led the campaign.
Thank you.
Said we want to know the cost of the machines. We led the campaign and said we want to know the quantity and where it is coming from. We want to know the status of the agreement. We want to know the interest rate. We want to know the value of the machine. We want to know the quality of the machine. We led that campaign. Today's letter has addressed significant portion of our doubt. And most importantly, it has assured us that the contract will be submitted to the legislature. We put our faith in the legislature to review that. But we'll make corrections here. Mr. Ability, there is no violation for a president to negotiate with a friend. The law says you must disclose it. You, Mr. Ability, have been a friend of almost all the presidents. There was no violation for them to do legal business with you. Don't hesitate. There was no violation. No violation. Your president, your friend to President Salif, your friend to President Buya, your their business. There was no violation. Absolutely. President Waka and any other person.
Let me cut you off. When you,
let me finish, Chairman.
No, when you talk in the public,
Chairman, let me finish.
Never spew
Chairman, Ability,
let me know of any business that deal with any president, I'm telling you not to say it.
No, Chairman Ability.
No. But don't say I did business.
Chairman, wait. Let Chairman, Mami almost done. I beg you, wait 1 minute.
It's important. Tell me.
But you will come in. You will speak. Let Mami finish. Mami, go ahead.
I said you have been a friend of almost all the president. You did business with the administration. You said here publicly on the radio that President, we are call you and say, Belete, you my friend. I don't want us to make confusion over the role for money. Let's find a way to settle it. You said it. So the point I'm making is a legal business. It's not a crime on you. I'm equally telling you. You said it.
So who is President Baka's friend that you doing business where you can't tell all?
No, I come in now.
What are you talking?
Santon, please tell you to give me a chance to learn.
No, but tell us. We want to know who this friend is.
The agreement is coming to you for ratification. I was only correcting you that there is no law that says you cannot do business with your friend. The law says you must disclose that you're doing business with a friend. You have done business with your friend. You say here the president called you and told you, Mr. Ability, let not make
you must disclose before you start. Before you start in the middle of the business, you disclose.
Thank you. Let's move on. Let's bring in Asido. Asido, talk to us very quick. We got to run through this. Asido, are you not with us, Isaac?
I'm with you. So we have a Liberia now where the president can do business with his wife, and the president can do business with be better. The president can do business with other friends when he went to school. So listen, there are a few things the president cannot do. The president cannot determine how the country's money is spent. Only the lawmakers do. That's the reality. Not the talking. You open the mouth, talk. Not it. The president does not have the authority to determine how the country's money is spent.
That's why he said he will submit it to the legislature for ratification.
Let me ask you the chance to speak, please.
You talk.
Let me ask you the chance to speak. No, Mama, let him speak. I beg you. As it proceed.
The president said he will submit it to the legislature because he doesn't have the authority to spend it. He said he will submit it to the legislature.
Okay, so let us speak. I beg you.
So
go ahead.
The president does not have the authority to spend money. Only the legislature do. The president cannot break the law that govern the country. He does not have that power to amend laws or do anything. The president brought in the country millions of dollars worth of stuff and said it's not for the government, it's to the barrack. If they go through, it will be on the business. So then, is the business registered to do business in Liberia? Can President Baga please help me to bring a business in America and come? Then later on we'll go to here and do business. Like, what is this?
So let me. I beg you. I said, let me interrupt you. Right. I beg you. I said, I will say this, and everybody needs to hear this. So, Mr. Ability, you're correct. Let me read this. No, all taxes on the yellow machine were waived. One, no MedTech payment was done. No APM handling charges payment was done. No custom duty was paid. No delivery order charges were paid. There's the reason why all the documents concerning invoices is invalid. We have the manifest. I'm receiving update information on document, and I will share at the appropriate time. This is what was told to APM Terminal. You want to hear this, representative? The National Port Authority to APM Terminal to deduct their handling charges from NPA monthly royalty.
Yeah, that.
To deduct. And you know, this is troubling. We said on the show, the world watches us. Folks watching this program, they understand we are going and threading a dangerous road. Now, you say, my friend said it, we are negotiating, but command directive from the executive mansion, no MedTech payment was done, don't do it. No APM handling charges, payment was done. No custom duty was paid. No delivery order charges were paid. The National Port Authority, and I think we need to speak to Sekou Dukle, the National Port Authority Managing Director. The National Port Authority told APM Terminal to deduct their handling charges from NPA monthly royalty. I will give it back to you, Asido, as we inform our country and our people what is true.
And you know, you just caught me up. I was reaching there. But you know, in the personal letter, what he said? He said, no government money. No government money. Yeah. On that. That is a lie. That is an impeachable offense. That's not how you run a country. I remember hearing noises somebody was in government 40 years. That's not what they taught you in 40 years. This is not what President Shirley told me as vice president. The president said a letter, I was rubbish, then you just came on. So you agree. You know, that is government money. And I also want to read one thing from the Code of Conduct as well, that the president broke. The use of public facilities. It says here, and I'll read, let me make sure I open it. It says here, public officials, employees of government shall use government facilities, including presidential property, equipment, money, vehicles, computers, internet, and telephones for official use only. If you take a private person machine to carry on a public property, that is not official use. Wherever you put this, it's just mess. You are going to see people sweating to talk rubbish with confidence. The whole day, this is just mess. Everywhere this president places it, if they don't reach an agreement, the man will do the business on the market. Right, that they have to import goods without a legally registered business. So wherever he places it, I'm sorry, This is the definition of an incompetent government in a bunch of networks who only go around masquerading as people knowing everything. These are the same people that Kim were talking about. Audit, hey, they did bad. Who transparency? These are the same people. These are the same bunch of people. No one changed on it. It is surprising. In as much people can sweat here to just talk rubbish, at the end of the day, there lies the truth. There lies the truth.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Fatima coming.
I think we've established the fact that maybe the procurement process in which these machines were obtained, were stained, or did not go through the way we should have. Establish the fact that, you know, they should have done other means, but the machines are here now. I just want to know, uh, what is it that we are looking for at this point? This question is actually directed to Honorable Bilete. And if at all you are saying that because of the flawed um, processing, bringing the machine, they shouldn't go to NIMBA. Honorable Famula also, if it shouldn't go to Kipma. I just want to know, I'm serious.
I am not from Kimau. I'm from Bon County.
Sorry,
I'm
Bon
from Bon
County.
County.
Bon County, I remember you for the refugees. Honorable Famula, so I'm just asking, are you, being that the machines are in town now, you know, this thing has happened. We all agree that the process in the procurement was flawed and it should have been different. So moving forward, okay, because when I saw the road leading to the Southeast during the election time, and I see the current status of the road, I just want to know. I agree with everything everyone is saying. Process.
How do we agree?
Better. The process should have, the president should have been more transparent. Things should have been open. Now that the machines are in the country, what is the recommendation that you good gentlemen are making? Do we send the machines back and start the process over, or should we move forward and just try to improve transparency and make sure that the Liberian people are aware as to where their monies are going? I mean, I just want to know, because why are we dragging this thing to? I just want to know where the end lies.
So the point, first of all, it takes courage to make the statement that you made. One of the United Party representatives today, two of them actually made the same statement. I have no interest, and I have not seen any lawmaker who has any interest of aborting this machine transaction. Absolutely none. I've not heard any lawmaker from the speaker down who says, no. The law is a cardinal element in our governance system. And then the law says what is not done legally is not done at all. I think the first thing that should be done is to acknowledge, an official acknowledgement will go a long way to say we acknowledge the flaws in the process. It has not been flawed enough to cause such a damage that we cannot carry on this transaction, and then set all of the things that should be set in order. Personally, for me, I have more concern about how much we are paying for this machine than the procedure that are being violated. Because if I'm told that they are asking for, I think, 54 million or something, from my little experience, 35 to 40 million can procure this machine. You are talking about $10 million difference that could change the life of almost 50 to 100,000 Liberians. So the value for money is number one on my list, and therefore the group of people that Mami was talking about that are concerned about the flaw in the process, but would not like to see the the process aborted. I'm one of those. The only problem I have is the people who are defending this. If you begin to defend the thing in such a bad form, like Mambe was doing, comparing my relationship as a Liberian with my president, as a president for my president, to do business with someone that is not willing to call their name. That's an anomaly. If the president wants to be transparent, he should tell us, I'm doing business with this man. My people, he's a good man. He has a good history. And that he's someone that I can rely on and I have a long relationship with him.
When we are calling you to talk to you here, not on the radio. But we are calling you to talk to you here, not on the radio.
Ambula, you know we have a decent show. Yeah, Ambula, we have a decent show.
At the end of the day, where we are as a country, let everybody act like Fatima, what you just said.
So you won't reject them from going to Nimba Kante, right?
Absolutely not. I want it in Nimba Kante. My people want it to
from my end.
From my end. You refuse to Bon Kante?
The first thing is that Fatima, for me, like I said previously, all of us in this country are interested to ensure that that machine is put on the road in our villages to ensure that the roads can be built. But what has happened has always been the issue of how the information has been disseminated. We need the information that speaks to the fact that Liberian interests will be at stake. The information that has to do with the negotiation been placed in the public, where public officials, stakeholders will be able to have basic information about how the country stands to benefit. What I believe we need to see from the side of the executives is to see leadership, is to see the executive own to the area, the procedural area, and acknowledge it and come out and say, hey, we believe along the line why we felt it was in the best interest of the Liberian people and were acting in that line. We have made some misstep. And in the face of that, we intend to proceed like this. I think they have started by communicating with the House, by giving notice. Like I said, there are a lot of unanswered questions, and we are going along with fights. We need to know who the president is negotiating with, because we need a machine. We need to know the actors. We need to know the owners. So, like the CEO said, the Port Authority, we want to see the email trail where he came up clearly and said, Liberia will not benefit anything. We want to know who's giving the order, what's happening in that negotiation, because as a stand, we are aware that the country has not lost a cent. So we are interested in that machine. We want it to stay here. We want to correct the process moving forward. The executive need to be more open. They need to understand that this country is the country of law, and the process of procedures need to be followed. The essence of our institutions in this country has always been here to ensure that the rules of law are properly followed. So we cannot have these institutions and you try to circumvent them to create an opportunity that our people who feel that we are not interested in. We are more interested in the machine. We are more interested in building our roads. But believe me, not because we are interested in all of these things, people in the executive should go about violating the procedure laid out in keeping with law. It does not make sense.
Let me bring Uncle Sam. Thank you very much, Representative.
The political aspect of it is when some of our friends who believe this process should break down. This process should break down only because they want to prove a political point. For us, we are not interested in that. We are interested to see this process leading on to the good intent of the president, who has the capacity to call his friends around the world to step in. Maybe one day, most often we are faced with this rice crisis. One of the president's good friends will say, I can intervene and ensure that we help solve this rice situation. And that process, we can put it within our public procurement procedure and see how best we can fix it better. because we have learned from this situation, and moving forward, we should be able to implement the best objective of our country.
Yeah. So, Augustine, before you come in quick, Augustine,
No. I say, please.
I don't
please,
tell the rep something. I don't give him.
No, let me speak. I beg you. I beg you.
No, I want to tell you, we got all of
let me listen to Isaac.
That's okay. Let Augustine speak.
That's okay. That's okay. This process down because
Representative, let us let Augustine speak, please. Augustine, go ahead.
Look, I'm angry. You know something? Most people around the world think Liberians are stupid. They think so. I mean, because we behave like that, like we have no sense in our heads. We act like we have no sense in our heads. President can call a South African man and say, "Jaja print a machine." They will talk, they will talk tired, but we will force it down. And the representative there will tell him, say, it's a procedural error. A procedural error there, when somebody intentionally circumvent the laws of the Republic of Liberia, you don't know where the machines are coming from. You don't know
I'll see you.
No, I beg you, let him finish. I beg you. I beg you,
you don't know the price of the machines. You know the price of the machines. They got equipment companies in this country in Liberia.
CEO, can I provide this information?
I beg you, Representative, let him finish.
I just want to provide a short piece of information.
Let him provide. Go ahead.
The information here is that it is stated in our constitution that the executive have the right, the president has the right to negotiate, to administer the foreign affairs of this country, and that has to do with negotiations and treaties. So we should not look at the executive function and want to politicize it. We should discuss the issue in the context of how we do this to positively like people, not to politicize it.
That procurement,
That's a procedure issue. So we should be able to discuss it.
This is not foreign affairs. This is trading. This is international trade.
We can fix it, but let's tell the truth.
This is not the law. This is not donor.
So Uncle Sam, I know you still have Uncle Sam. Hold on 1 minute. Okay, Representative Forde, you make your point. We're going to allow Uncle Sam to complete his time, please.
With all due respect, Honorable Fumbler from Bunk County, you are wrong. This is not diplomacy. This is not international diplomacy. This is international trade. This is trade. The president of the Republic of Liberia cannot go to Caterpillar in Peoria, Illinois, and start to negotiate directly with them on behalf of the Republic of Liberia. He cannot do that. He can go to the Bush administration and ask for aid to buy those machines, but you cannot go directly to Peoria, Illinois, and say that. So I will reclaim my time. So the time I'm using to answer, to educate you, I'm sorry, my brother, this is not international affairs. This is international trade. Look, they already know who will accept the machines because they got people like Mame who will defend it. They got people like Fatima who will defend it, and people like Fadiga who will defend it. And they will tell it, that's fine. That's fine. That's good. But it would take us on the road 176 years of ineptitude, of underdevelopment because of what is between here, our 52 ounces of brain matter. This is foolishness, complete foolishness. For you to go to a South African intermediary who goes to Sani and he gives you equipment, you bring it to your country without going through the PPCC.
But then the information you are giving, we don't know that.
How do we know?
To believe him.
How do we know?
You can write it. You can write it legislature. You can write.
Hold on, Representative, I beg you. I think we know because it's on the manifest. They went to Sani. They shipped the equipment, so it's right on the manifest. Representative.
It's from Sani. So how do we know?
Right?
How do we know? How do we know that these equipment are appropriate and the appropriate specification for the kind of roads that we want to build here? And how do we know there's the value for money? How do we know this is the best? We know this is the best. We don't have any idea what the cost is. We don't know what relationship that President Barker has with his unnamed gentleman's agreement. And then you representatives there, you are on the verge of validating what is tantamount to a fraud, to a fake fraudulent agreement. It's like Fernando Poe. This is like the E.J. Raw going to get a loan in 1869. This is what you're doing because something is wrong with our brain matter.
Sam,
and you expect me
I see why you are not bad to demonstrate to see the rule.
Thank you. Representative Pamela, thank you. Uncle Sam, thank you. We were doing extremely well. Okay, Uncle Sam.
Well, I actually gave you 4 minutes. You actually got 4 minutes. Yes, you got 4 minutes.
Uncle Sam, let's move on. Again, let's move on. I want to say, guys, listen. I hate to mute you guys, but please, let's move on. I'm going to bring in.
The truth. That's okay.
Uncle Sam will come to you. Hold on 1 minute. Representative Fambula, hold on. Representative Fambula, I beg you. Hold on 1 minute. Again, everybody will have the time to speak on this issue. It's very touchy. It's very important. Representative Fambula, we understand, and I'm going to bring in my brother Fadika, but I understand where you're coming from, Representative. But I disagree with you. We just read over here the president, bullet point 2 and bullet point 3. He said nothing came from the government. We can put it up. No payment. No payment ever came from the government. And the information that I received, I have to just go ahead and cut it and post it because of all the information on that I don't want to share. But if the president said no payment, no public funds, and waiving taxes, telling APM terminal say it's okay, you can charge this to our royalty.
Little responsibility.
Family. Speak truth to power. Be true to your people from that district in Bon County. It's this government through the executive.
CEO, the first thing is that, like I said to you, we need to be very clear. To say there's a crime committed, one, you need to look at our criminal act, meaning the penal law, and see which crime has been committed. 1, 2. If it is administrative, it has to do a procedure. The process has to do a procedure. If the procedure is not right, we are saying the procedure is not right. The government need to be more open. We're not keeping our mouth shut when it has to do with the procedure.
So you are saying they broke the law. It was through procedure. Is that what you're saying?
There's a serious procedure error leading to this whole process. We need to correct it. And that's the essence of why I think the president wrote the legislature. We're going to act also on the communication that we sent.
So let me move right now where we are for the guy. That won't be to you, Uncle Say. I beg you from that woman. Fatiga will come to you. Let's just hear from Representative Billy real quick. Representative Billy.
Based on the president letter, our laws have been violated. And based on the laws that have been violated, I have actually stated my position on the yellow machine business. I've said I will not approve it. If it comes before us under these circumstances, I will not vote for it. If the president wants to make it right, laws have been violated, crimes have been committed. If the president wants to correct it, they are corrective measures. Most of these things were not done directly by him, or done by his officials. That's why he's the president. He can institute those measures, re-establish the process to get us to where we want to get. What has been started that is culminating into machine coming into Liberia right now is flawed, and that process should not continue. And if it does, it will not get my support. It will not get my support. And I have said that to my colleagues. I've issued a statement on my official Facebook page. This yellow machine, if President Barker was elected 80% of the time based on experience, integrity, and the respect for rule of law. In the case of President Barker, that means more than the yellow machine. And therefore, he has the opportunity to correct it. But while the debate was going on today, the president had gone one step further. He's not saying that he expects the LRA man to pay the money, or else the LRA man will face the Liberian people. So if these things are not corrected, I'm sorry. The laws have been violated.
Chairman, one group of the executive marshal and the people and those around the president, the Unity Party folks say it was a gift. It's free. The president got excited. The president said, bring it in the country. We want it. They say, how many? 285. The president ran with it. Another group saying that, you know what? No. They're charging us, Mr. President. No. My friend told me, say it's free. Now you say they're charging us? Yes. How much are they charging us? People looking between $60 to $80 million. Another group saying no. It's free. It's a gift. Then they said, well, gift for what? In exchange of what? No, the man want nothing. They may be your friend since 2017. He provided you the helicopter. He sponsored your campaign 2017. He coming by, he's a donor, he's a good way man. He want nothing. The man put Mama Kabirete on a charter flight. Took her there. Sylvester Graceman on the chat. We got the pictures. Treat them very well. Put her in a 5-10-star hotel. It's okay. Mr. President was happy. We are getting mission for roads, for agriculture. Now, the man want money. But what's his story? What's his true story? You first say it's free. You first say it was gentleman agreement. He's my friend for 100 years. Now you want money. Who put money in the man's ear? Mamaka put money in the man's ear? Grace put money in his man's ear? I am talking about folks around the president saying these machines supposed to be a free donation. How we got here? Who put money in the man's ear? Now,
yesterday, I will end
on this. The post saying that everything is free. Take it to the barrack. Who said deceiving Mr. President? Will you call for the resignation? Will you call that the president fire somebody for this? If this have any monetary value on it, if they broke the law, should the president dismiss people for this? And I beg you, only you, Mr. Ability, because Alpha Diga got to come in. Should people go? They didn't lie to the Liberian people. The people are so hungry for yellow machine. They're so hungry for roads. They're so hungry for agriculture project. The counties are so hungry. Therefore, people want to make money on the expense of this good gesture, the friend of the president trying to do, if it is true, to make tens of millions of dollars on this project. Did they lie to the president, and should the president fire folks right now?
One thing I know is that something is not right. You know, I didn't want to talk about what you just said, but I can tell you a high-level official in the legislature met the president yesterday or day before yesterday, and the president was still telling that person that the machine, as far as is concerned, it's free. Okay? I can tell you that. Now, instead of after this conversation, I'll call you privately and get you the person so you can call him to confirm it.
No. Let me say this to you. The reason why I brought it up, let me read this. And they don't mind if I read this. The machine are really a donation center for the most part. I'm reading this from the executive marshal. The man has been our friends. The man has been our friends for years.
10 seconds.
Maintenance, training costs will have to be paid. But the machine, they are ready a donation for the most part.
Stanton, you just play a video. You just play a video in which President Bouaka is saying, let the machine count a double jala cannot raise the money to pay, we'll see. On the same tune, you say there's a Democrat president is telling you that
on the same tune. And on the same tune, you listen to Miguel when he went to meet the president with other lawmakers.
No,
I called him. I didn't say they say.
You said
I didn't say they say. No, it cannot be they say. I said Miguel. What is that?
Let me say this officially. When the legislature met the president, when the leadership of the legislature met the president, I was there.
You play a video from the president
let me
himself.
say this. No, Mama, you're not disrupting. When the leadership of the House met the president, I was there. Let me say what the president said.
Hold on 1 minute, Musa.
The president himself.
Mame.
I said, let me tell you what I heard from the president.
Hold on, Musa.
Hey.
Mame, you cannot have it both ways. I didn't say they say. I said Senator Nathaniel Falo McGill came here on Monday.
But you listen to the president
now.
You want to believe McGill more than the president?
But you know you're doing it deliberately.
Yeah, you're doing it intentionally. You are.
Let me say this.
Can you be the fatiga small? I beg you.
When we met the president,
you listen to the president himself.
Listen to Musa. Listen
to the president himself.
When the leadership of the House of the legislature, including the Senate, the House, and the Supreme Court, met with the president, the speaker asked the president about the yellow machine, and the president said the yellow machine was free. I say so.
You got anything to say before we go to your brother Fatika? Mami, you got anything? The person that was in the room with them just confirm what Nathaniel McGill said.
So here's what I'm telling you, Stanton. You say the person that was in the room. I'm saying you playing a video of the president himself telling you. You want to believe the president on war, or you want to believe somebody who comes from the president and say the president say?
The president been seeing too many things, Mami. They've been seeing too many
That
things.
one thing I listen to the president say.
They've been seeing too many things. They've been seeing too many things.
Is what I listen to the president say. Play me any voice of the president saying it is a gift. What I'm listening to is what Stanton played. What Stanton played said, the president said, when it comes and there's no money,
we need to have the show. They bought you started plenty talking here. So we need to have the show. They begin to know everything more than anybody.
No. I say no. We'll respect each other. I'm gonna go. Okay. I'm gonna go to Fadiga. Fadiga, can you speak?
Okay.
Can we? I say wait now. I say wait. I say wait. Fadiga, can you speak, please?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Let's listen to the
I'll say give a chance. Give a chance. You guys can be as outraged as you want with your fake outrage. Uncle Sam, you can cry all you want. That still would not help the cause.
I like that.
There were so many things that happened here. They tried to sell our carbon footprint. They tried to set up this country. They didn't say nada. Nothing. All of a sudden, you are outraged at something that is very popular among the Liberian people, something that the Liberian people want. That is fake outrage. It would not work. Look, what is a gentleman agreement? It's an informal agreement between two people. It's not binding by any legal process. The president did have a gentleman agreement. It's something that is done in private lives, in business, and in every aspect of our life, where it is built on trust. The president entered this agreement with a friend. I keep hearing illegal, he violated law. And at the end of the day, my question will be, I will ask my question, but I just want to lay this thing. The president, Article 50 of the Liberian Constitution, vested executive power in the president. He gave him the power to negotiate a lot of things. At the same talking, Article 34 gave the legislature power to ratify those agreements. The president have not negotiated anything yet. The president have not, he said that he is in a negotiation phase in his letter. It was very short and very explicit. The president said, we are in a negotiation phase. The machine going to come. It has not cost Liberian people any money. Nobody yet can show me where this deal have cost the Liberian people money. And now that you cannot find anything, you turn it to tax. He waived tax, he did this. Legislature get tax waiver for how many continue? How many do tax waiver we don't get in this country? How many times have the Liberian people gotten tax waiver? How many times? All of you guys get tax waiver. How many times have the Liberian people gotten tax waiver? And this machine, you know who it's for? For the Liberian people.
You're a United Party boy, you're really still on his out.
Please, state of me control your guess. Yeah, they try to distract me, but it will not work. The president said you're going to protect the fund. Nothing in this agreement. Look, if I didn't believe the president yesterday, if I didn't believe anything yesterday, the letter today made me a believer 100% in this process. He said, wait, after I shall have exhausted all the negotiation, I will come to you for you to do your part. My first question to chairmanability or honorability, what law did the president violate? Please tell us what provision in the Constitution, what law did he break?
The president broke our procurement law. Our procurement law says, Chief, let me finish now.
You ask question.
And our procurement law
you ask question, you will answer your own question.
Yeah, our procurement law says, based on what I'm hearing that we are going to pay for the machine, the government of Liberia should have put out an RFP and say the Liberian government is in search of 285 yellow machines in the following category. We will accept request for proposal, and then you can lay, and the person must be willing to give us 5-year credit. They must be willing to bring it into Liberia at their own expense. Everything the president is saying his friend will do for him, you put that in your RFP. For the sake of the listeners, the RFP means request for proposal. Then the president should have set up a procurement committee. If at all, by right, it should be done by the Ministry of Public Works. But if you wanted to do it at a broader level, you should set up a procurement committee. That committee will send up the RFP, and if you knew that his friend was interested, you will call a friend and say, I've set up the committee now. Go and make a proposal to this committee, because other international companies, because we want to get our value for money, we send a proposal. I'm from Caterpillar, I'm from this company, I'm from Shantui, I'm from Sunny, and I can do this, I can do this. What that does for us, it gives us value for money. It comes with warranty. How long should the parts stay on the car? On the machine? How long can they service it for? With 275 machines, anyone who said that kind of machine should establish a service station in the country, so that all the passengers. So when you do an RFP, since eventually what is clear to me that our tax money is going to pay for it, it should have gone through the proposal laid down by law. While those processes were going on, there will be no involvement of the legislature, because that is what we call executive authority. But the executive authority, Fadiga, is not a blind authority. It's guarded by laws. And in this particular case, procurement law completely flouted. Nothing so far has emerged from the PPCC. Nothing has emerged from any other organ of our government as to its involvement. What so far has emerged, today we call 2 ministers to question them. The president literally circumvented that legislative process today by writing that letter, because those letters made it impossible for us to ask any other official of government any more questions, because the president of the Republic of Liberia took responsibility for the machine and say, yeah, friend. And also, under the procurement law and under our constitution, the president of the Republic of Liberia cannot receive nothing in gift above and beyond $500. Therefore, if a friend gifted him, he should have told the appropriate authority or Liberian people, my friend, his name is so, he's from so. Tomorrow, the same friend will not be the same friend that we are hearing that is beyond mountain in Liberia to exploit. Okay? So these are the laws that were violated.
Thank you, Steve.
I
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. Fatiga, hold on, guys. Fatiga, you've been so patient, so let's give you extra 30 minutes. I got to go to Dualu, right? So go ahead, Fatiga. I'll give you extra 30 minutes.
Chairman Billy, you just mentioned procurement process for a deal that have not even been negotiated yet, that is still in the negotiation phase. And you mentioned the procurement process.
Man, that single source, man, stop it, man.
Uncle Sam, let the man finish, man. Stop interrupting the man.
Uncle Sam, I rather wish you have devoted the remainder part of your good life that you have lived to fighting for Liberia. Because this partisan thing that doesn't work.
My man, don't talk about my life. Talk about yourself.
No, honestly, okay? you are an elderly statement. This partisan thing doesn't work for you at all.
No, but
it doesn't work for you. At this time, people will rather hail you. You did not benefit nothing for the WIA administration. I don't understand why you would put your life on the line for another 6 years cheering him. It doesn't.
You
work.
don't know that. You don't know that.
I know that. I know that because a lot of people respect you.
But Uncle Sam, you take him and stand now. Let him finish.
So we can better serve this country versus supporting those guys that looted this country. It doesn't reflect well on you. And as a brother from Basel, father figure, someone that I respect a lot, I think you can do better with your time serving the Liberian people than.
You cannot lecture me.
You
cannot lecture
so guys, I beg you, Fatiga, you're feeling weight. Samuel Jackson, I beg you, Uncle Sam, wait. Representative
don't let him lecture me.
We come to you. Uncle Sam will come to you. Uncle Sam will come to you. Representative Fambulai, representability is always good having you guys. I must excuse myself because I have to run. We'll turn the show over to Abula Mame to continue, please. Abula, it's all yours.
Yeah, I will take the show from here, but it's good that they turn it over to me, so I make few corrections. Uncle Sam, I will give you time. Don't worry, everything will be good. The show will continue. But yeah, the corrections.
No, but I'm finished with my question.
Okay. Go ahead, Fadiga. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Uncle Sam, that's not so. But let me say this, chairability. You guys are still throwing off the kitchen sink, looking for something to stick. The bottom line here is the president said that once he has completed the negotiation, he will turn it over to the requisite authority for ratification. That is where you can do all your investigation, do everything else that you want to do, and then and chastise and do something. But are you aware of the provision within the PPCC law that exempt certain negotiation? I think it's section. Yes. I've been trying to find a section 68.3a. We said that which of the PPC Act that does not apply to international agreement concluded between the government of Liberia and other countries or international organization for the general or specific project where these agreements provided for specific procurement rules and procedures.
Stop it, man. Stop it. You're making yourself
Let's move forward. I mean, for me,
they might ask me a question. I got to answer the question. I need to answer the question.
The question is answer. I don't know the answer. Let's move forward.
No. For the sake of ordinary Liberia, I need to answer. Fadiga, what that document implies is that the president goes out there, sign an agreement, brings it to the legislature, rectify it, and therefore it becomes exempt for all of our procurement law. There is no such thing as invincible agreement. There's also room for exemption, Akami, under our procurement law. They call it single sourcing.
Exactly.
If the president wanted to buy for his friend, he could have still followed the law. That law will require you to write the PPCC.
No objection.
To say, we ask you for permission because we have a special arrangement with this man and we have determined that we cannot get this arrangement anywhere else. So please give us what we call no objection.
Then
PPCC will receive the document and come in. PPCC will receive the document, review your facts, and come back and issue what they call no objection. We are aware, for your information, that the executive tried to get the PPCC to issue that of no objection retroactively, but it was not possible. We're aware of that.
Well, I'm not aware of that. Then why are you putting the cart before the horse? Because the president is still in a negotiation phase. The president is still in a negotiation phase, and there's all this hullabaloo about he not following the process. When the process have not been exhausted, I still cannot understand where is the confusion.
Machines are in Liberia. What if
at the end of the day the president goes through the same process? Will you deny him or deny the Liberian?
It's okay. Let's go forward. After Fadiga, who was next?
I was next.
Dwalu. Okay,
Yeah.
Dwalu. Let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, everybody, man, my man, you got something to say? Hey, wait for your time. You'll say that thing. I got two things.
I'll take 5 minutes since I just coming.
Yeah,
All right.
I will give it to you, Kono. I will give it to you, Kono. You
Thank you. Let's start acting like the House of Representatives where there is no quorum. So let me say this, and I don't want Representative Formula to answer. I'm just saying something. Hopefully, he can respond when the time comes around. Yeah, you spoke about Mike in the legislature.
Sometimes you just flag out issues that you try to stand a lot of conversation around it. That's all. That's the reason why.
You can come. There will be a time you talk to for the sake of the audience now, so we can have. So the $45,000 for your vehicles, I'm hoping you guys take $1,000 each for that vehicle. You buy some mics for the legislature will go a very long way. And on mobility, I want you to understand though. You compare the Japanese legislature. He said sometimes they have outbursts. That's true. It's occasional outbursts happening. But if you look at majority of the time, there is quorum, there is decency in that legislature, hoping when Honorable Benedict is speaking, everybody else listen because it's his time to speak. We're not saying from beginning to end where there is total chaos in there. For me, the issue of the machines, everybody agree here. We all agree about the machine stuff. I'm not going to go back and forth. I believe the Bwaka administration can do a better job to make sure they follow the procedure that Honorable Benedict said. So all the young men go around. But remember, if I want to say that CDC has no place to talk about this thing because they broke every single law in the country. Let them shut up. Ahmed.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go to what's it?
Can you give me 30 seconds? I wanted to ask the representative something real quick. Just 30 seconds.
Who's one of them?
I think Honorable Mobility. Honorable Mobility, I know you were explaining about the procurement process, and I really like the fact that you're speaking about that. But I wanted to ask, did the legislators go through procurement processes to get the 45,000 to buy cars? I just wanted to find out about that, just for my literacy.
We got car money here.
No, I'm just saying. But I heard that you guys have. There is
just for your information, we got fasting. That's so BM. That's so BM. The executive doing with us.
Will you guys go through the procurement process?
They will go through procurement process. They will go through.
Fatima,
yes,
that BM your people doing with us 6 months. 7 months.
Like they are often asking to time to talk.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adair. So my brother Representative Foda, I want to ask something. I know. Or initially, you try to present it as if certain people don't want certain good things to happen for our country. But I can tell you, when I use the law, SARS setting the law for other things. But let me ask you, in your district, do you appreciate someone helping with scholarships, like the children care? Do you appreciate somebody coming, just yes or no, somebody coming and helping with scholarship in your district? Do you appreciate it?
I would appreciate that.
All right.
The fact that it is intended for people who can afford.
Right. So with that good intent of somebody intending to bring scholarship in your district, can that person sell drugs and use the money to give scholarship in your district? Are you okay with
But the first thing now you have another side of the question. If that
Oh,
person is saying drugs,
it's
this
okay.
is how I think.
Let me just
So, to a point,
No,
as
I said,
point.
no, he answered me. I just want to go.
No,
give him chance.
I
You
said
get
to a
back.
point.
Give him chance. Go
The
ahead,
first
Honorable.
issue is that if that person is involved in any illegal act,
okay, against the law,
they have come against the law. They have committed a crime. Let me tell you what I said to you, Isaac. I said a procedure laid out in acquiring properties for government. When there are missteps in that process, it's a procedure error. When you violate the statute that has to do with the penal law, you commit a crime. Crime in our country are prescribed in the penal law. They are clear. They give you reasons. They give you how they are committed and who should be held liable for them, guilty for them. The procedure that has to do with the PPC is a procedure. If it has been violated, we need to correct it as leaders of this country. I'm saying, yes, there's a serious procedure error in that process. The leadership of the executive need to seize this opportunity and put in place leadership. Moving forward, apologize for the past, move forward in good faith, because the intent of this machine, like I always said to Uncle Jackson, Mr. Jackson, the road in Sony went, at least cars can use car to pass on the road, but go behind the simple, dig a community and talk about yellow machine. The people need it. If there's some procedure error in Monrovia, we should be able to correct it, and at the end of the day, our people should benefit. Two things happening, like I said.
Honorable family, thank you. We'll get back to you. We're just answering after those questions.
So then, I'm one person who don't fancy talking about people's education, because I see education differently. I don't attack people, both. But I listened to representability giving you few information earlier on. I think you may want to sit with him sometime to understand a certain thing. So, but what you are telling us, all of the other reports are all procedure errors. No crime committed.
No, that's not an issue.
No, let me.
No.
You said when the laws are there in a country, like procurement, and someone don't follow the law, it's a procedure error. So all of the other reports where they can say no procurement, no evidence of this, those are all procedure errors. We can go back and correct it. So say, for instance, if somebody were to go like we did youth and sports, if we had gone and just had been a company, they fix the place, auditors come and say, you know what, there is no evidence of this. There is no evidence of this. What we need to do now is just go there and just fix all the thing, bring the document, put it in the file, bring it over, then we are good. But brother, it is sad that we live in a country where we are expecting everything when we know nothing. For a lawmaker to come on the show and not interested in the law that he should be interested in, but looking at what he should not be interested in, is a little concerning to some of us. It's a little concerning. Now, the reason people go to jail is because they broke laws. Of course, we have seen people go to jail for procurement processes, for corruption. Those are things that lead up to that. So, no one, as far as I know, does not want ships to come for Liberia, clean cars, yellow machine, rice, fuel. Nobody does not want it. My brother, Liberia will exist for the rest of the world. If you start something and creating a precedence for tomorrow, you will be there to open your mouth and talk. In my mind, while it is truth, Liberia wants everything. There is no way, my brother, we can sidestep our laws, regulations that govern our country. We can't get in the morning and see 500 people in Kosu coming from the plane. They have no visa. Yeah, they come in to do good things, but they get visa. Oh yeah, the country needs it so that they come. Family, where are we, brother? Where are we? Wrong.
I know the question is for family, but I need to comment on it. First, Isaac, let me say this. Today,
Mr.
Let me
Belete,
say this to you.
Mr. Belete, wait. Let me bring in. You were not asking questions. You were making comment. Let me bring in Remy Gray, who have
can
not
I
spoken
respond
on
to
this.
what he said?
No,
yeah, but I
we'll
think
get
it's
time for you
important
to
for us to
respond. You can
respond
use
to
that time.
Okay.
Yeah, Colonel Remy Gray, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, mommy. Gentlemen, lady, thank you so much. You know, I'm going to muster a group of names: Dixon Sibo, Sir Joseph, Tom Fowler, Member Briggs, Representative Anders, PYJ. All of these people named have schools, and those institutions enjoy tax exempt, free. For the last 6 years, you know how much it cost? Duty-free tax over $10 million. Those individuals, their schools, independently. The president of the Republic of Liberia also enjoys tax exempt. Now, if someone wants to gift the nation, not personal gift to him, but the country, we all know that the 285 equipment are not personally for President Wakai. They are given like how the Japanese friendship, other friendship organizations can will things philanthropically to Liberia. The president enjoys that duty-free privilege. I think Representability said 400,000. Do the math. 10 million, 400,000 for something that is personal. 10 million personal. These guys have the personal institutions, their schools that enjoy tax-free. The president is bringing in 285 equipment that will benefit the nation for 400,000. Do the math. Which is most sensitive? I think we think that when people are saying that the president broke a law, the man was right. He did not obligate the government. That's his privilege, duty-free. Didn't obligate the Ministry of Finance or the nation to pay for those equipment. They came in through the port. He uses his tax-free privilege. Now, why are we making noise about the process? If you can benefit now, when the legislature and those individuals are named, when they get a donation from their friends abroad, do they declare it to the legislature to have a debate over it, whether or not this is a gift? Let's debate over it before we receive it, or they go and take it and bring it, use their duty-free privilege. This is exactly what this president has done. So I don't see the hoopla and the hula baloo and the yif that people are engaging into. I think it is preposterous, and we should just move on and let this country enjoy some of the benefit of having a selfless president, period.
Thank you. But before I go to, since Remy Gray brought in this issue about payment, I wanted to speak on it when Stanton was moderating. Sam Jackson bang on it. I said, though, Mr. Belete bang on it. It's wrong. Just stop.
No, I didn't speak on it. I didn't speak on it. So
don't. Okay, no problem.
I never spoke on it.
Yeah, no problem about the payment. Mr. Belete, don't say the president was right when he said no payment has been made. If you caught any college student who doing bookkeeping, that transaction that you saw is what they call deferred liabilities on behalf of the company, that the company defer liability. It's an asset for the government when the transaction is concluded. The government is not paying anything. The government is not losing anything. Basically, the government is saying this is not true. This is a deferred liability.
Wait, I said leave the bench. Wait, leave it. Leave it.
The government is not paying anything. When the transaction ends, if the transaction is successful, as the president said, if the taxes you're supposed to have paid to the port were $10, you deduct the $10 from the value of the machine. If the government is supposed to pay $90 for the machine, the government will pay $80 for the machine. That's what they call deferred liabilities. If the deal doesn't work, that liability on you must pay. So the government enter into an agreement. If the government enter into an agreement and say, come to my country, the taxes you should have paid has been withheld. The government is not paying. If the deal goes on and the total tax you're supposed to have paid is $10 and the value of your machine is $90, Government will pay you $80, government will not pay you $90. I wanted to make that clear.
Okay,
Go
okay.
ahead, Honorable Family. Go ahead.
So I would just like to say to my brother Isaac, I think it should not be a back and forth conversation. Isaac, I understand from where you speak. Sometimes, if the essence of what we discuss is about proving a point and not in the interest of the general public, is something different. Why we have come on this platform is to acknowledge that something has gone on and there are procedures that are laid out. Some of those procedures have been violated, and we believe it is in the good interest of the country. As such, we should move on and correct the process moving on. Our intent is to not break this system down, is to not break this process down only because we want to prove a point. That's not our intent. And I think you need to have time to come and sit and let me try to drill you through legislatively to tell you how it works. We are representing thousands of people who are in leeward counties who need these things. We are advocating for them. A president has laid out a foundation to ensure that some of these things are brought into the country. The procedures has problem. We should acknowledge it. We should correct it for future processes that will come about. So it's not about us breaking the system. The president has communicated with us. We await the finalizations of the negotiation that the executive is in for us to raise all of the different queries and correct this process for the good intent of this country. So you can, let me tell you something, we'll always differ on how to present it. I agree. I am an independent in the House as an independent legislator. Our interest is that our decisions should affect majority of our people. The intent of the president is to ensure that rules that are terrible in this country, the situation can be addressed. If there are procedural error, we look at the procedures. Yeah, the PPCC law said this because the PPC is an administrative procedure layout to correct a lot of issues that might seem to be wrong in the future, that might raise issues that might lead to crimes. But if those procedures have not been lived up to, what we ask of the government is to be able to put in place every measure that will protect the Liberian people along the line in such a negotiation. That is why we have always said the government need to be very open with how they negotiate with some of these things. Moving forward, I believe strongly that the president is acting in good faith. If there are issues, as it is done in the procedural issue we're raising, I will not consider it to be a crime. I will consider it as an error on his part and need to be corrected. And because we are legislators and leaders of this country, we need to provide a checkpoint now that it should not go ahead. So thank you again, my man.
I come in, Uncle Sam. Because Stenson just left it with me, I didn't know where was it. Fatima, you spoke already?
No, I did not. I just wanted to acknowledge actually what the representative just said.
So you can use that time, and then from there, Uncle Sam will talk. So you can, okay.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam, so you do the last.
I was just trying to acknowledge the fact that what the representative was saying, we're not here to demean or defame anyone. The fact is that if these things have happened, okay, I am in agreement with everything that you're saying, that the procurement process was flawed. Maybe we should have done something better. But the machines are in the country now. Like the representative said, whatever the president can do to explain to them to make sure that these machines work. Because I want to know which representative, which senator does not want development in their county. Every Liberian, as the oldest republic on our continent, we want our country to have better rules. Farm to market, to be easy access for our farmers to get their crops, take it to the market in time for them to sell and boost up the economy, for the private sector to grow, for movement of people, free movement of people. And so for you to come and represent, express his side, and my brother Isaac do say, oh, maybe he should get education from honorable. I think that was rude. Honestly,
it was below the belt.
No, I just want to say my part.
You better get draft face.
I think that was rude. So you can look at the man expressing his
side. You ever did? I don't want to on this end. You get draft face, my sister.
Let me talk about Una. Let me talk about when I finish.
It is because I am not providing an argument. That's
let
you conclude. So the fact is that We're Liberians who want development in our country. Our president is a progressive president. For you say he was old, he couldn't do this, he couldn't do that. Even Honorable Berete is saying, if the machine can't to Nima now, he will accept it. They just want the process to be opened. They want it to be transparent. They want everybody to know what is going on. And that's what we all Liberians want. Okay? We want these yellow machines. The yellow machines are here to steal. We have brought cake plea. You are in a cake. You are in a plea. Nothing we saw. Grand Crew Road, the whole Southeast, the whole time they couldn't go there. They had to go through Ivory Coast to enter Southeast. Then now we got machines in the country and you're complaining. That should be very quiet. That's all I got to say.
Uncle Sam.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Look, one of the things that old age does is that you live long enough to see a lot of errant foolishness. Okay, for example, if I live long enough, 24, 36 months from now, those machines will be completely mothballed. They will be cannibalized. They will be in the bushes, and I wouldn't want to have a laugh, but that's exactly what happens in this country. Yeah. There's no absorptive capacity for 285 yellow machines in the hands of any government agency in Liberia. They haven't demonstrated that. Number one, have you asked the offending authority, when I call them offending authority because they offended us, where the project document is, the needs analysis that was done to make a determination that we need 285 yellow machines? Are there 285 yellow machine operators? Are there enough spare parts in this country to maintain? No, why are you shaking your head, Fatima? You don't know that.
That is there. We got everything.
You don't know that. You don't know that. So just
we
please,
treat
I
the
beg
people
you.
every day. I know it. You don't know. Protected 40 years you have been there. You don't do nothing. Even the Grand Bastard Road, no road need.
No problem.
Please.
See, governance is not about speech. It's not about yelling. It's not about looking pretty. It's not about sitting on a car and waving about yellow machines. That's not governance. Governance is about having an implementation strategy to get real results. If we go to 6 months in your administration, you cannot give the people of Liberia any tangible evidence of what you've done to provide the direction to improve the lives of the people. Yes, I grant you that people can go to the Southeast now because you spent $22 million there.
Nobody spent 22 million. I will not take that. It's wrong information. Right. It's
okay,
wrong.
But you propose to spend $22 million, right? But whatever you spend, you spend it.
They already spent 22 million. Obviously, you can flow. They spent
okay. So
Uncle Sam is rational enough to accept the fact. Go ahead,
Liberian people, the reason why I'm accepting the fact is because I don't want you to take my time because I know how you are.
Because even the 25K paper that you wrote, he helped the Liberian people.
It did. My 25-page paper was a monetary.
It did not help Liberia. Anyway,
it did. The monetary aggregate study that I did.
Uncle Sam, let's speak to the yellow machine.
No, I will do it. It improved circular flow. It brought macroeconomic stability, it improved financial inclusion, and increased the proportion of Liberians with bank accounts. That is the true thing. I can give you the data. You can shake your head all you want. You can be doing all this thing here. You're not helping yourself. Just allow me to land on my thoughts. Okay.
Go ahead, Uncle. Go ahead, Sam.
Here is it. Number one, no needs analysis that was done. No determination as to where the machines are going to be going, where they're going to be warehoused, who's going to maintain them, who's going to operate them, and how they're going to be deployed. First of all, the first thing is to show that you have nowhere to deploy these machines. They're deployed at a military installation. That's the first. That's just the first manifestation of you don't know where you're doing. Taking the machines to a military barracks indicate that you had not pre-planned where to store these machines. So the machines are stored at the military barracks. And the second thing is you have done nothing to ensure that these machines will not be cannibalized the way other government machines have been cannibalized. So You want your 285 machines? Bring it. I pray God for 2 years or 3 years from now, just like the ADA lab machine, and Joe Bucker have been involved in yellow machines before, ADA lab machines, $30 million. Go to FOIA, they're sitting right there. So if I live long enough, and I hope and pray that I'm wrong this time, that these machines will be mothballed and they'll be having fun at your expense 24 to 36 months from now. But I hope not. I pray not. I hope not.
So if that is the case, we call for closing statements from everybody, then we give it a shot.
So, mommy, why you don't owe me? You're
sorry, but I thought you already spoke.
Are you kidding me? Because
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
You need the party show now, so you don't want me to talk.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I got to answer a few people.
But in the time now, we already late.
It start with Remy, but Remy, I have to say, first of all, how are you doing? I haven't seen you for a long time. Look, Remy, your statement was insinuating that the machine is free. It is not free. In everything that we say here, if the government of Liberia is receiving something that will benefit the government of Liberia, it should be duty-free. There is nothing in this discussion that says to me that the president friendship will in any way affect the cost of the goods. Or the president has negotiated for a friend to give the goods to Liberia at a certain discount. I've never heard that. Therefore, the friendship part we have not been told that has any impact on the cost of the goods. So this machine transaction, as far as I see it, is an attempt by the government of Liberia to procure yellow machine with taxpayer money for the good of the people. Who they are buying from at this particular point has not had any impact on it. If you bring 2 shipments of machine in the country, you take it out of the port, you are moving it, your surrogates are all over celebrating it. And you see the consistency in the president saying today that the LRA may better find money to pay for the machine, or he will face the wrath of the Liberian people. At the same time, the president has written us, never mention that this particular machine from a mutual friend is going to cost Liberia far less than what machine would normally cost. There's no such thing in this letter. Like I said, the good thing about the president's letter today is that he wrote it. And what that letter was intended to do today was to avoid
let me tell you something. Quick.
The only purpose of that letter today.
Mr. Ability, I just want you to use it time to also do your closing so I don't have to come back.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. The only thing that the president letter did today effectively is to avoid the 2 ministers from testifying before us. And further, that was a strategy. Where we are, and I want to repeat because I want to defer with my brother and my colleague on for the family. I want machine. I know how much machine means to the people of Liberia. This process that brought machine in our country is flawed, and anything that has to do with a flawed process, I would not attach my signature to it. The executive has given us no indication, including the letter of the president, to say that they have acknowledged that that process is flawed. So whatever the rest of the representatives do to approve machine, I will not allow history to recall me that I approved something that violated our law simply because I wanted yellow machine for our people. I am aware, finally, that no matter how much you pay for this machine, it represents only 30% of what you need to operate a machine. I operate machine, so I know what I'm talking. The spare part, the human resource part, and the maintenance, the fuel. I did a calculation for the fuel today. Every country will require nothing less than 25,000 gallons of fuel every month. So therefore, the money is huge. You will need a lot of money to run this machine. And Sam made a very good point today that there was no study that tell us that this country need 19 machines because river cells cannot be compared to Grand Bassa. Okay, river cell cannot be a Grand Cru cannot be compared to Grand Cru. Is just one district to Nima County. So if you say that you gave everybody 19 machines, the disparity and the common sense just tell me that there was no preparation. The station that the president referred to in his letter today should have been set up before the machine would come. Until to the extent that the machine has started arriving, the people didn't even have any plan as to where the machine should go. Boo, they take it and carry it in. So for those of you who want, and this is my closing, for those of you who have influence, and I see a lot of you here with influence.
The building got to close now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm closing.
Yeah, you got to close.
The Mame, the Fatuma, the Fadika, the Ed, Remy, Gray, you use your influence to tell the government of Liberia to do the right thing. You may have a lot of lawmakers that will approve the process that brought this machine in this country, but I'm saying this to Liberian people that I am not going to be one of those lawmakers.
Thank you.
As long as the process remains flawed as it is right now.
Mr. Ability, thank you. It's difficult to understand your position on the machine, to be very honest with you. I will get it. I will get the people to call your clip. You say on the show that you don't get any problem with the process, you get problem with the price. But let's leave it. That's what you said.
But that's the price I'm talking about. So you think the process does not include pricing?
No, you said you're not concerned about the process. You're concerned about the price.
But Mama, you heard me referring to what I call the process. I said RFP. RFP would have allowed the government to get proposals from other suppliers.
That's what I call for.
Impact on the cost.
That's what I want. But
no. But I haven't gone yet. Don't misquote me.
Okay, no problem.
The price is in the process. Good price is derived from a good process.
Thank you. No problem. Let's go to Honorable Fode Famule. Honorable Fode Famule, you're closing. Let's do it briefly. Mr. Belete took more time because he had to speak to other issues before closing.
Oh, you just not go?
No, I said you have more time, so you had to speak to other issues before closing. So I want to close.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You muted. You muted, Fode.
Like I said, most of our colleagues will be going back and forth when it has to do with the issues that have to do with the procedure, because one will want to politicize it and say it's a crime. You know, a lot of things around it. We understand the politics. But as an independent, I think sometimes you look out for the intent of the individual. And I believe the intent of the president is to act in a way and form that benefit the Liberian people. And as leaders, we are concerned about that. We are also concerned about the procedure leading to how these materials are procured. And those procedures, from the executive standpoint, we think there are a lot of red flags that need to be corrected. And moving forward, we need to pay more attention to that process, and the president needs to get actively involved to ensure that value for money is achieved. More than that, our interest is that this system should not break down only because of politics and someone want to prove a point. Because we failed in the last 6 years, we should fail now to prove a point. I say no. I believe the people in Grand Coup need good rules. The people in Diga need good rules. If the intent of the president is to fix the rule situation in this country, I believe strongly that we need to correct the procedure error and ensure that the roads are built. Let me correct this point. Some of the people sitting on the panel have never worked with the Ministry of Public Works. I worked with the Ministry of Public Works for over 6 years. The Ministry of Public has basic road information in this country for almost every road. If you want any road information today, asking for populations that live along that road, they have done sufficient survey, they have done sufficient investigation that can inform any president decision making. I believe strongly. You just need to fresh out the information. You need to ask the Ministry of Public Works. Say, we need this road. We want to understand the economic relationship that has to do with this road. How Liberian will benefit. Who are those? How many people living on this road? How many villages? You can fresh out that information within 30 minutes in the Ministry of Public Works. All of these information are there. So I believe strongly the president has been advised, but the procedure from the executive standpoint that has to do with the procurement process, how that process is managed. Sometimes people act in the exuberant way that has to do with them achieving their goals. If his goal has always been to build this country, especially the road sector, I think the president need to really look at the procedure leading to achieving this goal. As the machine is in this country, we are going to follow up when the actual negotiation is laid before us as legislator. Well, Honorable, my colleague Honorability has said that yes, for him, he believes in as much as there's flawed in the process.
You need to wrap up. You need to wrap up.
Wrapping up. In as much as there's flaw in the process, automatically counting out. I believe from the initial start of this, from the initial stage of this process, yes, there are the procedural errors that which can be corrected. If the negotiation is in the best interest of the people, it's in the best interest of District Number 7, Nimba County, I believe Honorability will come right back on the same media and say, I'm going to sign on to it because it is in the interest of my people. So we need to know what is it that the executive is negotiating that will be laid before us. We cannot frequently come and say we reject anything that comes from the executive. It means we have a political intent that we want to satisfy. We are trying to hide under the procedure error that has been made. I feel strong. This country needs to be developed, and as stakeholders, we need to be very clear as to how we believe we can achieve this objective that some of the past government has not achieved, and because we want to play the politics around it. And let us understand, it is the Liberian people who are faced with these situations. When my brother, as a door, moving the interior, he moved in a 4-wheel Jeep. Some of our people are on the terrible roads on motorbike.
All right, Honorable. All right.
Anyway, when last the woman went to River says, he's still very anyway, he can't talk about viral. Women just come and disturb people and say he's talking about viral. So, woman, the serious issue here when the procedure error, we talk about it and achieve the result that we want to achieve.
Like you ask you do the
biggest, when it comes to like brother, so
I got, good show.
People. I said, do go ahead.
Thank you. So good show today. The president put himself in more of a bigger hole than he was ever in by sending a communication. I'm not sure if he read over there or he just signed it. I don't know how it came about. I know a lot of errors and stuff was there, and had too many concerns, too many questions than you ever imagine. One very shocking thing that is there, when the president said the government, the people of Liberia did not pay a dime towards it, we thought it was disingenuous, and that was a false statement. So this is how it works. We now know that royalties were waived by the NPA from APM Terminal and other people. So how it works? Whenever someone is using your property, be it intellectual property or the certain property, like APM Terminal, they have their concession agreement on, belongs to Liberian people of the country. But they have that as usage in their right because of their deal with the government. So since they are using that, when an importer brings a good in a country, APM Terminal performs certain function and charges that importer a certain fee. And because APM Terminal is doing their business on the grounds of Liberia that belongs to the people of Liberia, they pay a certain amount of that fee they charge the importers to the governor of Liberia. That amount they pay, they call it royalties. And that amount belongs to Liberia. It is Liberia's money. Whenever you sacrifice that amount for something else, it means the money you should have received will not be received anymore. So that money is a payment from the government of Liberia. So yes, the government of Liberia has made payment towards that for the royalties entitled to be received from APM Terminal. And again, thank God the noise, Joria damaged the country. Joria damaged the country. Thank God it gone down now. But now you can see the actual definition of damaging the country. And I have a few points here to be sure I don't forget about. Because every time people say damage the country, we challenge our friends to one-on-one aspect of the economy of the country. They can always chill it, they can run away. So listen, the appointing powers of the president has been damaged. We all saw what the president did. The separation of power doctrine has been damaged. These are fact-based issues, not general talking point. Let's go. The respect of the rule of law of our country is damaged. The policing respect of our country is damaged. Good government practices that calls for respect of the rule of law is damaged. Integrity institutions, PPCC, LAC, LACC, all of them are being damaged. The open budget processes by which we expect our budget to be in the public for us to debate it on the website is damaged. It took us 6-7 months to have access to the budget. Transparency. These are the right issues, not general discussion. We are in a sad state. Liberia isn't doing better. I will only hope and pray that this government succeeds. And the only path to success is doing the right thing. And you cannot accomplish right thing from wrong starting, and you claim the people need it, so we should carry it on. Well,
thank you. But as it do, Uncle Sam Jackson, you, Mr. Ability said the president fought hard to get the PPCC to bypass the process. It was unsuccessful.
I never said that.
No, I can confirm it. Yes,
okay. An institution that institution that is damaged and compromised will not stop the president. Will allow the president. The fact that
it's weakened. It's just damaged.
Okay, Fatima, let's go ahead.
I accept that the PPCC has proven to be credible. I accept that.
Damaged institution there. But that leaves
other argument.
Let's go to Fatima.
And I respected through it.
Fatima.
It's not in existence, yes. It's been weakened.
Let's go ahead, Fatima.
So I will reclaim my Anyway. To the panelists, I would like to say to all of you, thank you, especially our representatives for coming out today. To all of our viewers across the globe, I say thank you for washing spoon and keeping us honest. I think this whole yellow machine thing, I pray and I wish it would have been different. The procurement process would have been followed, and everything else that we desire for things to go right would have happened. But not so far in our view mirror. I remember that there were roads that were constructed in the last 6 years, but those roads were roads basically built from the residents of McGill to some of his concubines' homes that led to Albert Cherry's home, Joel Howard Taylor's home, George Weah's home. Those were basic roles in community. The people that overwhelmingly supported George Weah, the entire Southeast was neglected. We see an old man, an aging fatherless statesman who have come, although Uncle Sam said he have never made any decisions in his life before. He does not take decisions, but he decided that, okay, now in this day, in this age, and at this stage of my life, I would like to make sure that Liberia and Liberians are represented, and our country, the roles are paved. Let's just say if we could reverse the hand of time and start with the procurement process, because I'm sure he went to public works, he knew how many machines we needed. I'm sure he did all of that. Today, the machines are in country. Like Honorable Famula said, and I would second that. Let's all try to make sure that accountability, transparency is the order of the day. But are we going to sit here to say that these machines are in country today? We'll let them go because of, having this vindication that, in the last 6 years we're unable.
Fatima, maybe this is your plan. Maybe this is how you plan to do it. Who knows?
Let me just finish that.
Yeah, Fatima, just wrap up quick.
Yeah, quick.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wrap up quick. Let me bring
To say that they did not do it in their regime, so we shouldn't do it. So this is a payback. Why can't we all come together as Liberians to work together to move our country forward and face the role? Farm to market, to make it for our farmers to be part of our economy, growing from the bottom up, for our people to enjoy going from one area to the other with less time. The industrial revolution has taken place all over the world. Y'all want Liberia to be left out, my people? No. We will join forces, we'll join hands together, we'll make sure and ensure that our country moves forward. Whether you like it, you don't like it, you want to stay back, you don't want to stay back, Liberia moving forward, we'll look at you and we'll move our country forward. You who don't want to come back, stay back. We will move our country forward, period. And that's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you for coming.
Uncle Sam, from you, we'll go to Fadiga. From Fadiga, we'll go to
Thank you very much.
Ed Remy, I will close up.
All of the prevarication that occurred during the last election that ushered this new administration cannot be used to govern this country. No. Prevarication of what mean lies. They're lies. They utter lies that were told to bring this government to power. Like George Weah damaged this country. George Weah didn't build any roads. George Weah didn't bring any investment to this country. There were over 100 new investments that came into this country between 2018 and 2023. The Liberian American Portrait, Bao Chico, etc. You said we didn't build any roads. Fatima, you said McGill built roads for his concubines. You forgot the Doe Community Road. You forgot the access road, SD Cooper going down to the stadium. You forgot about the other community roads that George Weah built. The lies, the prevarication, the utter prevarication cannot make you to sustain power. So let me just get back to this reality. So since you're living in an alternate universe now because you're in power, let's get back to the reality. This is the reality. The reality is thus. There was no needs analysis done. It would have been in the public domain. If a needs analysis done, no rational person would tell you 19 yellow machines for each of the 15 counties. That's not logical. That's not even potentially intelligent to say that. It's not. Okay, so let's get back to this. Procurement. PPCC, value for money. You can't go to your campaign contributor, Mr. Robert Gumedi, who you are afraid to name in your letter, because Robert Gumedi has been credibly charged in many jurisdictions of criminal wrongdoing. That's why President Boyka did not name Robert Gumedi. He's afraid. Because people like Martin Cully, don't take my word for it. Your rescue Rambo, the one that you made famous, he said Robert Gumedi has been credibly accused of crimes in many jurisdictions. So that's why President Boyka is afraid to name Robert Gumedi as the intermediary. And there's credible information that the prices may have been inflated. Credible information. Why didn't you tell us this is the basis of the negotiation? The president of the Republic of Liberia did not even say in that letter how many machines, yellow machines. He couldn't say that because they were have been put to scrutiny. He did not even indicate the specifications of the machine he was looking for. He did not indicate anything about a programmatic approach to road building. He said none of these things because he's not. And that letter there has all the imprimatur of the two corporates who were trying to bring these machines for their benefits.
Wrap up.
Okay. So in wrapping up, my fellow Liberians, this is Baba. Read Raptor Paley's book. Baba means corruption.
Thank you.
Baba means trying to use public office for public gain. So, and thank you very much.
Uncle Sam, thank you. Thank you. Before we go to Fadiga, we'll correct a few things here. 100 million drugs in the country was not a lie. 25 million mop-up exercise, you criticized it, we saw the evidence. 100 million. Excuse me, please.
When you moderate it, you will be correcting.
When you moderate it,
when you moderate it, that's the one you're not the corrector. You are not. In fact, it's not you.
Fadiga.
Say your own. But not
Fadiga, please go ahead.
When you ready to be on the show.
Fadiga, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mame. Uncle Sam is noted for just galloping, and no amount of just galloping will help his cause. The Liberian people knows the fact, and they will always remember how our country was looted for 6 years. But the president stressed 4 points that I want to raise here as my closing. The president exercised executive authority and good governance in keeping with Article 50 of the Constitution. The president, in good faith, by the power invested in him, is negotiating on a deal that everybody, including Representative Bidity and Representative Fode, and the entire country have agreed that we need yellow machine to fix our road. That no more that we'll have to go through Aricos to come back to Liberia. That we just plow our street, even the southeast, where the president came from, did not benefit from those roads. And now you can see the video out on social media. People have visited those areas, and we are starting to, the machine have not even come here. We are starting to see what could happen and what will happen if those machines come. The second thing the president demonstrated today in our letter was transparency and accountability. If you read the letter that was sent to the Honorable Speaker of the House, Fonati Kofa, the president told him that we are in the negotiation phase is ongoing, that after this phase is exhausted, he will get to them in keeping with Article 34 of our Constitution for them to do their duty. The third thing that the president did, he said he's going to protect our fund. Anybody that knows this president knows that he's very modest, he's not flamboyant, he's not extravagant, he doesn't waste. This man is in the same house. And he's going to treat the Liberian fund the same way as he treats his personal fund. The president said that this will not incur any charge to the Liberian people. The machine was brought by the company. They say, oh, what's the company? You listen to the thing that was leaked. 2 companies were named, individuals were named. What are you looking for again? All he had in it. People keep throwing up. One is 20 million, one is 80 million, 50 million, throwing a bunch of speculation, throwing a bunch of lies so that they can confuse the people. The third thing that the president did, he said he's going to have legislative involvement in the process. He said, after we exhaust this negotiation, if it is not good, we'll leave it. But let me tell you something, the president is a very smart man. Imagine you, Chairman Bellete, you are a businessman. Imagine you negotiating in a person, you haven't paid money here. They tell the goods, they bring it to your home. They pour everything in your home. You think that person will want to get for your hall and carry back to the hall?
I'll be scared of that
No.
goose. I'll do
Because
something
the
wrong with
person
that goose.
is short and the president technique is unique and is working. The people bring almost 285 machine. And the president said that father will pay for it. You think they will pay the CMI carry back? It shows that this man is savvy. You know. The third thing the president said, he said that he talked about equitable distribution of these machines. That each county going to have their share of this machine to take care of the developmental needs. What more do we want? We keep saying, oh, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. We all know why. The usual suspects are carrying on their usual tactic. We see Uncle Sam with his fake page. We see Chairman Benedict, I don't know where he's staying. 1 minute he won it, 1 minute he won it. We accept it. Family, based on his explanation, I know he agrees with the president.
Yeah,
I know he want to join.
I don't want any
100%.
Yeah, Fadiga, it's okay. Let's get to air Remy Green.
So the nation going to rally behind this machine. We're going to continue pushing this. We pray that this machine council can get this whole bad road in it. The real bad road medicine is in charge.
Thank you. Yeah.
You know, Mame, man, thank you so much. You know, people are looking for scapegoats. I hear someone say there was no needs analysis done. Look, Liberia has nothing. There's no need to do an analysis of what we want. We just don't have. And then here's a goodwill gesture. Someone shows up and say, hey, I'll give you 285 earth-moving machine or equipment. And then we trivialize the issue as to government using a government installation to store this equipment as another problem. You know, sometimes I wonder where our common sense lie. The thing about life is that it's simple. You can check the cost of all of this machine, even if they were procured. That's why the president made it clear in his letter. There was no agreement signed. That shows that unless you were staking on CPI, I think there's some French word called CPI, right? Well, la bon can say CPI. But I think CPI, correct my French.
CPI.
Huh? Yeah. So the thing about it is, unless they're telling us that this equipment were given to us to pay later, then you'll be talking about going to the legislature, going to PPCC, going to DDCC. The fact about the matter, a good friend of the president showed up and said, I will donate X amount of equipment to your country for your national development. People are angry because they feel that this was a backdoor. Look, if you put the cost of that machine and the private jet that just showed up from the last regime, you can't even make the comparison. We're talking about gassing those things. Just say a month, government spent on our legislators alone 8,000 gallons of gas. If you give each of them 1,000 gallons of gas, then we're talking about 25. Man, you know, the thing about it is sometimes we have to be able to determine what is it we want as a nation. And I can guarantee anybody here that if money were involved, and then this individual has gone to, firstly, the budget has not even gone into motion as far as I know. So one has to ask, unless you show me tangible documentation that money was paid to procure this equipment, I will wait for you to show me that, but otherwise, this is just a goodwill gesture. And there are so many goodwill ambassadors that will come. Like I said yesterday, I saw Aliko Dangote for the first time in person in Liberia. That tells you exactly people are a thing to this president. They are glued to him because they want to see him succeed. And that's blessing for the Republic of Liberia. We didn't see that blessing in the last 6 years. That's why the world best, the African best, the Ballon d'Or, the Don d'Or. We didn't see any of that stuff. We're seeing the man. We're seeing the man who they profess to be sleeping. That's the guy who is awake and bringing goodwill to Liberia. And we're going to celebrate those goodwill. I thank you.
Uncle Sam, there were no lies here. They were true. We saw the evidence. 100 million drugs destroyed the young people. We saw it. No lies. We saw 25 million mop-up exercise. You and I were on a social media campaign. We criticized it. We saw the report from that. The Justice Minister of the country wrote about the need to investigate money that got missing. We saw a report. They arrested bank officials and put them in jail connected to the Liberian dollars that people say were missing. That the government did it. Nobody brought it on themselves. When the people saw that they didn't trust the government, that's when they go in the street. But it was the government who announced it. The Justice Minister wrote, the letter is available, Crow report is available. It documented how people
You want to talk about Big Boy 1, Big Boy 2?
Yeah, that's give me chance. Big Boy 1, Big Boy 2 were also there. Yes, Big Boy 1, Big Boy 2, Elevito,
where you work. You want to talk about these criminalities?
Everything
was there. Development Fund.
Yes.
You want to talk about all the transgressions?
Give me chance. So I'm just telling you.
I'm asking you. You want to talk about transgressions?
Yeah, I'm telling you that they were not lie.
You want to talk about the $30 billion ADA lab program?
It was not a lie. It was not a lie.
You want to talk about that? You want to talk about the Unity Party youth wing obstructing the arrest of its chairman, Vani Sharma?
It was not a lie.
It was not a lie. Boys.
It was not a lie.
Every government has been involved in transgressions.
It was not a lie.
But the difference between
the
25 was the exaggeration, and the elongation.
Mommy, is that a way to mute people?
I'm responsible, please. Please, I'm responsible. You the errors man on the show. You order everybody here. I'm responsible.
Yeah,
please.
but I'm saying you.
Yeah, but I'm responsible. I'm responsible, please. Please, I'm responsible. You the orders.
But you I have to respond to.
Yeah, no, you don't have to respond to me. I'm responsible.
Now you're closing.
I'm responsible. I'm closing. I'm responsible. My closing, that's my time I'm using. I'm responsible, please. You can bomb me, you can bomb almost everybody here.
I think I beg to leave.
Yeah, you can leave. No problem. Leave. No
I
problem.
believe the show is denigrating into the political posture that one will see this yellow machine being placed in. So thank you again for the show. I'll be here soon that we can continue the kind of conversation. Fadiga, thank you.
So it was not a lie. Everything you listed.
See you guys later. Bye-bye.
Go, Uncle Sam, no problem. Everything you listed were not lies. Unity Party Youth League preventing their chairman, it was not a lie. The blue carbon that George said you were bringing 30 million, it was not a lie. It was not a lie. It was not a lie. Everything you listed was not a lie. But only when you come to WIA, you say a lie. Even though there are evidence, there were drugs.
Wait, when the president said his team were donation.
Let me conclude. President Bwakai, we disagree with the process. Nobody led the campaign here more than us. And we still saying, in the absence of a project document, the project itself will not be successful. So we demand that. We said yesterday, we're not only asking the lawmaker to ask for price and quality, we want them to ask for project document sustainability plan. But when we start to see that this whole project is taking a direction where people wanted to fail so they can create a false equivalency, then we'll have to come in and say, yes, the process was wrong, the process is bad, it can be corrected. What are the corrections? The president lecture today have addressed many of the doubts we had. A lot of us did not know. Everybody was speculating. The president said he's negotiating. All of us were speculating that the machine will be in the street next week. The president said before it get on the street, he will submit a concession to the legislature. That was clear. The president also recommitted himself to ensuring value for money. What we say to our legislators now is, we put our faith in you. When the agreement comes to the legislature, all the renting you're doing on the Facebook, on the social media, take your time, give it due diligence so that Liberia can have fair share for money. There is no violation the president made to interact with his friend. When we campaign in the country, we say somebody get international connection, they will bring investment. This president using his international connection, then you complain. The other thing we say, don't use your international connection at the disadvantage of the law. And the president is saying he will submit it to the legislature. We look forward to that. Thank you very much. You can come on.
Thank you, Mommy.
All right, thank you so much.
Just give me 30 seconds. Uncle said, "How about me there? I will leave him. The thing I want to say, I will tell him into his face."
Can I get one quick shout out, please, to my uncle Morris and my auntie Caroline for checking up on me and always making sure I'm okay. Shout out to you and to all the Liberian people, our viewers, and everyone across the globe who watches Spoon. Thank you guys for keeping us honest. Goodbye.
But
Hey,
mommy,
Randy, I miss you from South Africa with love.
I know. Mommy.
Yeah.
If you are going to moderate the show, make sure they give you that ability to control. Because if not, there'll be obstruction. Look, most people don't have that control, self-control to be able to listen to something and don't make noise. But anyway, Mr. Nelson Cole, how are you, my brother?
Yes, sir. I'm doing good.
All right,
It's
man.
good to see you, Colonel Gray.
Always, my man. You know,
Yeah.
one day I'll come in the studio there, man.
Yeah, I remember when you came in studio the other time. It was great seeing you in
know,
person.
I announced my travel habit, man. But one day I'll come in the studio. Tada, I'll get here, man.
Yeah, and just to let the folks know, Colonel Gray looks younger in person than on camera. I don't know.
Well, that's all right. That's why most people think I'm this old man like old man Jackson. No. That's why I say I'm his nephew, but there ain't wrong with us being the same in the same boat. We're not.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, no offense to being old, but we're getting there. But definitely, maybe the camera does injustice to me than ever. So, but I'm happy, my brother. But you know, Nelson, we will continue to enslave ourselves as a people, all because we care more about our individual self than the nation itself. If something came in, I didn't see any kind of sport car coming in. Like, look, I saw an Austin Martin. I don't know if you know what car is that. That car, one small toy car. That car cost about $350,000. I saw it in the last 6 years. I saw another toy-looking stuff, greenish in color. You understand? We saw so many good. Look, if you're taking inventory of some of the things that enter Liberia for personal use by the president, this president brought in machine.
Yeah.
That was a country. But I'll let you do your show, my brother.
Yeah,
you know, it's vexing, man. You know, to say the least. But have a good day, my brother. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I wish you the same. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Well, folks, this is how we like to end up tonight. I want to say thanks to all of you for being here with us on this edition of Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who called in from the very start of the show. Those of you who just played the listening role, listening to your radio, watching your TV. Thanks to all of you in the comment section. I see Baron, the influential Chairman Baron, Robert Singway, Ben Call, Freeman, Madam Matthias Snelling, and all of you, man. Thanks for always being here with us on Spoon. It's a great thing that we can all come here to get authentic information about the happenings in Liberia, objective analysis with a diverse panel here. Sometimes it gets tense. And we appreciate the fact that you're here with us. Thanks to the folks in Radio Land as well, across the country, listening to us on several frequencies. We want to say thanks to all of you for being here with us. Till we come back, I want to say have a good night. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. Yes, you can make up time to join us tomorrow for another edition of the program Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette. Coming up shortly is the late night show. The late night politics on Spoon will be on your radio shortly. It's going to be engaging tonight. The folks from the CDC Council of Patriot will be our guest. The young people have some issues they want to talk about. So it's going to be a great show tonight. You can make up time to join us. It's coming up in just about 5 minutes from now. The late night politics on Spoon will be on this very FM dial. But just before I go, I want to say a special birthday greeting to Mrs. Orita Logan Zion. Yes, Mrs. Orita Logan Zion. today is your 65th birthday. You're celebrating your 65th birthday today, which is Orita Zion. And I want to say happy birthday to you and your husband, Mr. David Wisezian, is wishing you happy birthday as well. And that's to you, Mrs. Orita Logan Zion. Happy birthday to you as you celebrate your birthday today. And to all of you celebrating birthdays today, I want to say happy birthday to you. We wish you all the best as you celebrate your natal day. So we'll be back on the radio tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be back. Yes, Spoon Talk Business comes up tomorrow. Let me find it here. Spoon Talk Business will be on the radio tomorrow. It's going to be from 5 p.m. From 6 p.m. Liberian time to 7 p.m. is going to be 1 hour full discussion on business and exclusively no politics there. You want to talk, you want to know about different products and services that Liberians have to offer. You can join Spoon Talk Business tomorrow. It's going to be a great show with our CEO, Madam Titi Kanen, Dr. Richardson, and Lorena Honorary produces that program. And so you can make up time to join Spoon Talk Business tomorrow. It's going to be another great show. I understand they have a guest that will be making an appearance tomorrow. So you can make up time to join in. Until then, have a good night. We'll be right back with the late night show in just few minutes from now. Have a good night.